bring the meeting to this budget retreat, and at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our city manager, Mr. Tony Caudle. Mr. Caudle, you ready to go? I know we got some.
Happy Friday the 13th.
Yeah, is that what it is? I see that.
Good morning, Council, Mayor Pro
morning.
Tem. First of all, just an update for everyone who's in the audience as well as the council. I've already told most of the council members. We have had a transformer blow in the area. This is a three-leg service into this building. One leg is down as a result of that transformer blow. We do not yet know how soon that will be fixed. Odd things work in the building electronically and odd things do not. Some of your monitors will work this morning, some of them will not. We'll ask that you follow along in your book in order to be able to do that. I'd be glad to send it to you electronically, but the internet service is down. So if you would, those of you who do not have access to a monitor, if you'd follow along in your book, that would be tremendous. We wanted to start this morning talking a little bit about budget strategies. As you know, this will be our last workshop before the budget is actually presented to you at the first meeting in May. The staff is working diligently to try to bring the requests from departments in line with not only strategic direction of the city, but also within monetary limitations that go along with the budget. So far, as a result of our work, we have tried to follow essentially 5 strategies that we want to relay to you today. Dylan, can we go to the next screen, please? First of all, we've tried to focus on road improvements and traffic management. That focus is on sidewalk gaps, which has been recently brought to the attention of the staff by the council, as well as roadway transitions from state-owned streets. And we'll continue to work with our regional partners on many of our transportation issues. We've tried to also focus on public safety with neighborhood policing and targeted high-traffic areas. And we've also continued our work against gang and gun violence and the overall crime rate. In terms of growth opportunities, those abound in the coming fiscal year. We're trying to find ways to grow as a city and enhance the partnerships and economic growth of the city. Many of those items will be discussed today as a part of this presentation. Next slide. Thank you, Dylan. We've also tried to focus on homelessness and the opioid addiction crisis that we are facing. We're trying to continue with our partnerships and our collaborations with other government agencies and services and advocates and trying to work with them on related issues. This is a multi-pronged approach. It's not only just working with the police department and the social services folks, but it's also on a housing issue, and it's trying to work with the county to try to find accommodations for day shelters. And then finally, but not last, affordable housing. We've tried to focus on middle housing options. We've tried to refine the land development code to assist in housing affordability, and we'll continue to partner with the state, the county, and the private sector to increase our affordable housing options. Those are the 5 general strategies that we are following and trying to work through this budget and then bring you a balanced budget at the first meeting in May. Under the strategic area of homelessness and opioids, we have partnered with the county. You will recall that we entered into an agreement with the opioid settlement funds that were negotiated through the state. County came up with a lion's share of that fund, but we, as an original party in the suit, were given the opportunity to have part of those settlement funds distributed to the city. We've worked with the county, and Councilman Luke Waddell has worked with the county as the city's representative on a subcommittee that has talked about how we might divide those opioid settlement funds up. There's recommendations coming to you today, and today we've got Jennifer Rigby with us, who's the chief strategist over at the county, who's going to present the opioid settlement presentation for your consideration and adoption. Jennifer.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to come and talk to you today a little bit about the opioid settlement funds and the strategic plan that city and county work together on in order to address the mental health crisis as well as the opioid crisis here in New Hanover County and in the city of Wilmington. I want to level set with you just a moment before I begin the presentation and share with you some data points. One of the things that we do at the county in terms of strategy is we're constantly monitoring data points to see if we're making progress and kind of where we stand in terms of issues that we're facing. The data points that I have today are related to the overdoses that we have experienced here in New Hanover County, as well as the deaths related to overdoses that we've experienced here in New Hanover County. And just a little bit of a disclaimer about the data. The overdose data, we have that pretty much real time. We're able to work with our EMS providers and capture that data on a monthly basis, so it's pretty much real-time data. In terms of the death data, that data has to be certified through the state medical examiner, and so that data lags about 6 months, so it's not as real-time. So I just want y'all to be aware of that. But in terms of overdoses that we experienced in 2021, we had 593 overdoses. In 2022, we had 571. And today, in 2023, this is January and February, we've had 89. Now, one thing that's important to note is that month to month, if we look at January and February from this year compared to January and February from last year, we're a good bit higher than we were. So we're on a higher trend in terms of overdoses. In terms of deaths, in 2020 we had 98. In 2021 we had 96. And in 2022, and remember this data lags about 6 months, so it's not final yet, we've had 72. So you can see the order of magnitude, the severity of the problem that we're experiencing here in New Hanover County in the city of Wilmington. I also want to just share with you, we are also, because our strategy is comprehensive and includes mental health as well as substance use disorders, we are tracking death by suicide. Again, because it's a death data point, the data lags about 6 months, but so the numbers that we have for 2022 are not final. But in 2021, we had 36, and that is a final number. In 2022, we had 53. That is not final, and so that number will increase. So we see that we have a crisis on our hands in terms of mental health as well as in terms of substance use disorder. And so I just wanted to share that data with you this morning to frame our conversation and to give you, the gravity of the situation that we're facing.
Jennifer, just a quick question.
Sure.
And you may not be able to answer it, but because you were saying that a lot of the information is not super detailed, but is it 80% opioids or on the overdoses? Are there other drugs involved? I mean, obviously there are, but I mean, is it? Do you have any feel for the what the biggest culprits are?
Unfortunately, I don't have that information, but you're right. It is more than just opioids in terms of overdoses that we're experiencing. I know new drugs are entering our market on a daily basis, and our law enforcement probably can give you a lot more information about what they're seeing on the ground in terms of the types of substances that are in our community, but I'm sorry, I don't have that.
Is it high? Is there a median age?
There is an age. We have been tracking that. I'm sorry I did not bring that with
Okay.
me today, but I can email that information to
Okay.
you. But we have broken down the overdose data in terms of age, in terms of race, in terms of gender. I will say that kind of our male population around the ages of 40 seems to be where the highest number of overdoses is happening. I can get you more detailed
Okay, okay,
information
that's
on
fine.
that, but I just didn't bring that
Thank you.
level of detail today. Any other questions? Okay, well, in terms of our strategy, last summer, the city as well as the county came together and we met with local providers, local partners. We also brought in individuals that we call our consumers. These are individuals that have gone through a treatment option and have been successful and have a very rich and successful life now, and they've provided great input into the strategy that we have developed to address mental health and substance use disorders here in this community. We've got 3 verticals that we're focused on. One is education and outreach, and this is really geared towards before an individual experiences a crisis, the information that they need to know in terms of where to go when they have a crisis, when to know when they have a crisis, and the supports that they need before a crisis. Additionally, there's a lot of energy around destigmatizing opioid misuse as well as mental health and wellness. And so there's a lot of stigmas associated around that, and we really want to try and destigmatize that. Our second vertical, access to services, this is around making sure that individuals have the support that they need to get the treatment that they need, making sure that we have adequate services here in our community to support the need. And so this is really geared towards individuals getting into treatment and getting the support and help that they need. And then our third vertical is around sustainable recovery and well-being. And this is really after an individual has gone through a treatment program, these are the support structures that they need to maintain their overall well-being and to maintain their sobriety. So you'll see kind of a before a crisis, during a crisis, and after a crisis, the wraparound supports that are needed at each of these key phases of a person's journey. So with that being said, the strategy group that was put together provided us with a number of initiatives, a number of recommendations to help advance the strategy. They provided us with recommendations around opioid and substance use disorders, as well as mental health and programs, mental health and wellness programs. What I'm going to share with you today is just the programs that address opioid and substance use disorders. The programs that address mental health and mental wellness are being considered in the county's escrow fund. It's a $50 million escrow fund that was created whenever the hospital was sold, and it is for mental health and substance use disorders. And our strategy was, let's put all of the items related to opioid misuse in this bucket, and then we'll kind of backfill, if you will, with the mental health programs with the other fund. So these are just the opioid-related initiatives that we have today. And so the first one that I want to share with you is the DARE program. This was advanced by the New Hanover County Sheriff's Office. It's a $60,000 one-time fee. It is a comprehensive K through 12 opioid abuse prevention program. Our school resource officers will teach the program, and they teach from kindergarten through 12th grade, and of course the curriculum will be appropriate to the age group. The funding includes training for 65 of the school resource officers, as well as 4 of our Wilmington Police Department school liaison officers. So it's a total of 69 officers, and it also includes some of the materials for that program. The next program that we have is the medication-assisted treatment in the detention facility. It's a $182,000 cost. It's recurring over 5 years for a total of $910,000. It was also advanced by our sheriff's office, and currently in our detention facility, an individual that enters our detention facility, if they are on medically assisted treatment, they can continue that treatment. However, there is not what's called an induction process. So if a person enters into our detention facility and they qualify for medically assisted treatment, there's not a mechanism for them to begin that process. And so this would provide the opportunity for a person to begin that treatment process. Certainly they would have to go through an evaluation to see if they were eligible, and of course they would have to choose that program, but it would make that available to them. We believe we're currently serving about 29 inmates with the medically assisted program, or medically assisted treatment, and this would add about 5 additional inmates per week, and the sheriff's office estimates that this could support up to 300 inmates over the year. The next program is medication-assisted treatment through our EMS service, and this was advanced through New Hanover County Fire and Rescue as well as Novant Health. It's a $520,000 initial ask, and then a $292,000 recurring for a total of about $1.68 million. This is a program where the EMS would provide medication-assisted treatment during an overdose event. Currently, whenever they respond to an overdose event, they are able to administer the buprenorphine. Sorry, that's that's a mouthful for me. Sorry. So they're able to administer that. An individual immediately goes into withdrawals, and so this would provide an option for an individual to choose medication-assisted treatment in the field and begin their first dose in the field. It would also allow for follow-up throughout their treatment, and then they could enter into a treatment facility. The next item is the post-overdose response team through Coastal Horizons. It's a $250,000 ask for a total of $1 million over 5 years. This would come in years 2 through 5, so it would not be the first year. But this is the post-overdose response team that is currently in place, and it would provide stabilized funding as well as increase the capacity of the program by an additional 100 people to be able to have this service. This is where individuals, after they've experienced an overdose in the field, they can be connected to Coastal Horizons within 24 to 72 hours after their overdose. The next is employment-related services for individuals in treatment and recovery. It's a $40,000 initial ask, recurring over 5 years for $200,000. It's a program, it wouldn't be a new program that we would issue a request for proposal for to provide employment job training and employment-related services for folks after they've completed their treatment. Additionally, we have recovery housing support for folks that have completed their treatment would be a $250,000 per year recurring for a total of $1.25 million over 5 years. It would be short-term recovery housing, and it would provide stable housing for individuals that are recovering from substance use disorders. And then we also have wraparound support services for individuals that are transitioning from opioid treatment. Examples of this, in addition to housing and job training, individuals expressed a need for childcare, legal help, peer support, transportation, educational support. This would be to provide those type wraparound services to support folks that are transitioning from their treatment into their recovery. And then we also have treatment and medication for our uninsured. We have identified a gap in the state health plan as well as in Medicaid, and this would provide funding for treatment and medication for the underinsured as well as for the uninsured. It would be $125,000 recurring for a total of $625,000 over 5 years. We also have some programs that would be partially funded through the opioid settlement funds and then partially funded through the other fund I mentioned, the Mental Health and Substance Use Disorder Fund. Those are mental health and opioid prevention public service announcements. Again, this is to get at reducing the stigma associated with opioid misuse and mental health issues. And then we also have a $20,000 for opioid outreach and education. That would also be paired with $20,000 for mental health outreach and education. Those are the funds, or those are the recommendations for this first year through year 5. Of course, the funding comes to us for 18 years, so this is just the first 5 years. And so one of the things that we wanted to ensure that we were doing is providing an opportunity for you all and for our Board of County Commissioners to scale up and scale down programs as needed, and as we collect the results and the data to see, which ones are the most successful. We also have had a lot of conversations in our group. Councilman Waddell advanced some initiatives around our Getting Home program, and so we would like to recommend that in our second year of funding. There's some initiatives within that program that could be used, or opioid funds could be used for not everything, but some. And so in year 2, when the ARP funding expires and the current funding expires, we'd like to have that as a consideration as well. I want to share with you, you see in year 1, we've got $1.47 million. Then in year 2, it's 1.43 and 1.43 through 5 years. So this is about $7.2 million of expenses. Our next slide shares with you the cash projection. And so if you look at this, you'll see the green line indicates the funds that we have received or will receive, and then the red line indicates the expenditures based on the plan that we just shared with you. You'll see there is some reserve funds that we have left, and those reserve funds are intended to, as I mentioned previously, scale up and scale down programs as we collect data on them and find the effectiveness of them. So those are the programs that I have to share with you today. I'm happy to answer any questions you have about the programs or about the process.
Mr. Waddell.
I don't have a question, but just being involved in that process, I want to thank Ms. Rigby for the presentation and your guidance throughout the whole process, and also thank the city and county staff who worked really hard and really well together on what is, I consider, a truly comprehensive plan. I think we have an opportunity as Wilmington and New Hanover County to lead the way nationally addressing this crisis. And it's really my strong belief that proper execution of this plan with consistent monitoring, using the additional funding to scale up programs that are working, is going to drastically change lives and positively affect our community. I'm excited to be a part of the process and certainly supportive of this plan.
Good work, and we appreciate everything you folks are doing, and that's what the settlement was about, to get people in recovery, and hopefully, and the great thing that you folks have is actually measuring the matrix that we're going to need to pivot if we have to with the recovery efforts moving forward. So thank you very much. Thank
Mr. Mayor, just to remind council, first of all, the division between the city and the county is not nearly equal. The county's portion is significantly more. We appreciate the county working with us to be able to work collectively to put the funds, the pools of funds together in order to address it in a more comprehensive fashion. Like Councilman Waddell, I'd like to thank Ms. Rigby for her work. She started well over a year ago putting together a group of individuals, and as I'm teaching and preaching to our employees about collaboration, she exemplified collaboration with regard to bringing that forward, and it made the whole process a whole lot easier. You'll recall that we have a subcommittee of 1 council member and 2 commissioners that go through this. The subcommittee was very inquisitive about the expenditure of funds as well as the flexibility therefore, and I think they really teased out a lot of good stuff. As of today, I think the county commissioners have adopted the proposal as is, as presented, and we would like to make sure that this proposal going forward is good with you, and if so, we will include it in our recommended budget that will be presented to you in May.
It's good for me. Then the consensus is yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Jennifer.
Moving on now for a CIP project update, we're going to have Suzanne Gooding come forward and give us a presentation on this, where we are with regard to CIP and what we're proposing, what we're looking at for proposing with the projected budget.
Hi, good morning. Again, I'm Suzanne Gooding. I'm a senior budget analyst, and I work as a CIP coordinator. As you recall, in January, we had several presentations on the capital projects out there, active projects, transportation bond, parks bond, as well as a maintenance project overview. So today I'm coming to you with a follow-up from that and an update. Next slide. Yeah. There we go. So we'll first go over those active projects that we came to you all last time that needed funding and provide our plan for that. We'll share the FY24 proposed plan as well as some next steps. So for the projects that you'll see on the next few slides, keep in mind that staff will come to you once numbers are finalized with those construction contracts, but we wanted to make you aware of the plan for funding those. And as a reminder, when projects are over budget, there's a few different areas that we look first. First is what we call our cap balance, and that's where if projects are closed and they have remaining funding, it's moved to cap balance for that fund. So there's a Parks and Rec fund, a Streets and Sidewalks fund. Cap balance can only be used with council appropriation. So we look there first. We also look at any projects that could potentially transfer funding. We look at available debt capacity. And then at a last look, we look at general fund balance. So again, in January, you saw that the MLK Gym and the Bradley Creek Kayak Launch had funding needs. And the funding plan for those consists of a combination of sources. One is the Parks Bond contingency project that was appropriated along with the Parks bond to be used in, for those projects. We want to use some capital balances from the Parks Fund, as well as the interest earned in that fund, and then the remainder would be debt capacity. The transportation bond program, as you may recall, staff provided a detailed look at the status of transportation bond projects in January. At that time, the funding gap was $9.8 million. Since then, with bids coming in and cost being recognized, it's at $10.4 million. The good news is that staff are seeing more bidders come to the table, but we're not necessarily seeing lower bid prices. Challenges to this program include things like right-of-way costs, utility costs, and of course the bids received. So the plan to cover that funding need is to use the remainder of what's left in the Riverwalk North Marina project. As you may recall, there was a decision to use the grout injection design, and that allowed for a lot of savings in that project. Water Street Phase 2, which is between Princess to just shy of Walnut, is nearing completion and will have some remaining funds, and then debt capacity will cover the remaining. So this is you'll see these projects come to you over the next months, where exact numbers will be presented to you, and you'll be able to consider if you want to appropriate those funds.
Yes, sir, Mr. Waddell?
So that gap would have been quite a bit larger had we opted for the more expensive replacement of the Riverwalk, correct?
Right, we wouldn't have had the $4.5 million from that project to transfer over.
Gotcha, okay. Thanks.
River Lights Fire Station, again, in January, you saw that there was a $2.7 million gap. We plan to use debt capacity to cover that need. At this point, it's been advertised for bid, bids are being reviewed, and staff will bring a recommendation for award and a final number when ready. The estimated completion of that project is third quarter of 2024. So just to provide a quick summary, the gaps I just presented total $14.9 million, but that represents projects that total $87.4 million. So now we'll go to the FY24 capital project plan. As stated in January, for FY24, we don't want to go forward with a multi-year plan. A multi-year plan would require borrowing and would require a tax adjustment. So at this point, we want to pause on that, go forward with the funded projects, go forward with some major maintenance projects, and come to you in the FY25 budget development season with a strategy for funding maintenance. Before we review these projects that are proposed for FY24, let me remind you that in your packets, you do have a detailed description of each of these projects. These projects were also appropriated in FY23, so I'm not going to go into detail on them, but I'll provide a quick overview. So the first three were had design funds appropriated in FY23, and this represents the construction funding needed. The ones that you see that have a B in front of them indicates a bucket project, typically used for maintenance throughout the city to protect city assets and city infrastructure. The streets and sidewalks projects you see here are planned to be funded with debt capacity. And as you can see, there's a tremendous amount of need for maintenance. So streets and sidewalks is at $16.6 million. Parks and Rec and public facilities also have the maintenance projects included, as well as the second year of the fire station concrete repairs, generator replacements, and the study, as well as some funding for ADA compliance.
Let me ask you a quick question.
Yes.
Going back to streets and sidewalks. Do you happen to know the number this fiscal year for sidewalk rehab and street rehab?
I believe street rehab is at 6 million and sidewalk rehab, I might have to ask Dave Mays, but I believe it's 400, but I can
So it's the
confirm.
same.
Right, we're spending the next few months looking at the levels, looking at staff capacity, looking at how to fund maintenance. So when talking with project managers and the CIP Corps, we wanted to keep these around the same as FY '23 as we spend time on that.
So we're up against kind of, I guess what you're saying is we're up against we can't do any more than that with our current staff and machines and everything.
We're going to spend the next few months ensuring that those are right-sized. And so it could change with the next
I
strategy.
mean, if we said, hey, we want to do 7 million, I'm just playing, 7 million, you'd say, well, we got to hire, and I mean, that's my question. So you're saying you haven't worked through that yet?
We haven't, but I believe these are at the level that they can handle now for FY '24. I'd have to ask Dave Mays if he could go up to 7 million.
No, I was just playing a scenario. I'm just saying, are we up? I mean,
Right.
that is by far and away the thing I get the most of.
Right.
And so when people go, what do you do about the roads? Oh, we're doing the same thing we did last year.
Right.
Most people are going to be there, well, that's not good enough.
Right.
So I just need to know, well, that means we'd have to raise your taxes because, and they might say, great, I don't care. But I mean, we need to know what what can we do with what we have, and in order to raise it, I don't know what the increments would be. In other words, okay, we buy another machine and we add 4 people. Does that mean we can do, we can actually do more, $500,000 more, or what? I want to flesh out that number a lot more and be able to have a real firm handle on the what ifs.
Right, understood. That is one of the things we asked, with this amount, is this something that you can do in a year? And also looking at trends, how much was spent last year and the last couple of years. But
And
we are
finding
going to.
money potentially elsewhere.
Right,
And moving it into that bucket, that line item. So, thank you.
yeah.
I'll follow up on that. I think it'd be important to know if that $6 million number is the top of our current bandwidth, or if we can come up with additional funding from other buckets, because this is a priority. Can our existing staff and equipment handle that additional bandwidth?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your last
If
part.
you get more than 6 million for street rehab, can you put that money to work?
So the majority of the funds in street rehab, sidewalk rehab, brick street rehab go out in the form of contracts. We've brought what we call annual needs contracts to council for the past probably 5 years. Those contracts allow us to be much more productive when it comes to getting streets resurfaced. It's more attractive to contractors if we're able to award more funds. The limitation is much more so on our in-house resources. We have limited staff, and we don't only resurface streets. We fix potholes, we do pavement repair, we fix curbs, we grade shoulders, grade dirt streets, et cetera. So they're busy doing other stuff, but the more quantity that we can provide to a contractor, the more attractive it is for them to want to bid on our work. At that point, it's our administration of that contract. We've got to pay the bills and we got to inspect the work. It's much easier to expand on the contracting side than it is on the in-house side.
So is this $6 million for in-house, or is that for contracting?
That is for, as I said, the majority of it is for the contract. We do, when we resurface a street, we resurface about 6 or 7 linear miles with in-house crews. We access those funds to buy the asphalt. but we use our equipment and our labor to do that.
So what I think I'm hearing is if we were to increase that number over 6 million, you could put it to work for additional contracts.
It'd be very easy to do that, yes, sir.
Thank you.
Let me ask a question, because I want to know the answer to this one. Would it require more staff to oversee the contracts, Dave?
Incrementally, no. I mean, we can manage, if you were to say double it, probably not. But if we incrementally added to it, it wouldn't be so much of a stretch.
Thank you.
What would you be comfortable with in an increment? Like a quarter? He knows.
I'm sorry,
What would you be comfortable with from an incremental standpoint? I mean, it just shooting from the hip, that you guys could cover under your current staff bandwidth.
we could probably easy get somewhere in the neighborhood of the 7 to 8
Okay. Okay.
range.
7 to 8 what?
Million.
For street rehab.
I just, something that's kind of related to that is our dirt roads. I don't know how many, well, I know that you break dirt roads up into lane miles or what, but I'm reading what you referred me to, the digging down on it, and I don't see on here where it's got how many miles we got, but I think sometimes, and I've harped on this before, is we've got some dirt roads, and these folks that live on those dirt roads, and some of them didn't just get annexed in 95 and 99, they were annexed in 84 when Winter Park and other areas, Pine Valley were brought in, not Pine Valley, but mainly Winter Park. And they're not looking for curb and gutter and, you know, built to state or our fancy standards. They just would like something besides a dirt road. And I see that there's $50,000 proposed amount in FY '24. Could that be increased? And we do that in-house, don't we?
Again, it kind of depends on the situation. You know, it's much easier to do it via contract.
Okay.
Simply because we have more limitation on staff. It's not that we can't do it, but if we choose to do that, it may limit what we do in other areas.
Okay. I guess there are roads like Allen's Lane that I'm not talking about. That's something that's going to happen, that's going to develop, and that's going to happen. But there are a lot of little, the way we address goat paths and gaps in sidewalks, the same holds true with some of these dirt roads. They're like, you know, 500 feet long. They're not collectors, they're not through streets, they're just dirt roads. And they feel, you know, we're paying our taxes, we'd like to at least have some consideration on it. But $50,000 doesn't seem like even a drop in the bucket.
It's difficult to get out there and improve a road for that amount of money. We developed a prioritized list of the 6.5 miles that we do have. The priority was based on trying to look at ease of installation. You know, can we get out there and just basically put down, you know, 20, 24 feet of asphalt without having to worry about a whole lot of additional infrastructure efforts in order to be able to minimize the cost, the expense of actually doing that. We have that list. I don't have access to it, and
Okay.
we're prepared to provide that to you
Okay.
at a later date.
Thank you, Dave.
Mr. Waddell?
Just real quick, while I've got Dave up here, and actually it's probably both of you, but coming back to the street rehab, if we were to take that to, let's call it 7.5 or 8, something that you're comfortable with, you know, could we look at moving some money from some other buckets into that street rehab? I think I agree with Councilman Anderson. This is a priority that we hear from the community a lot, and it's something if we can, you know, get contracts out the door quickly, that's money well spent. So could we look at how to move some of that money to increase that from 6 million to 7.5 or 8?
Are you saying move a million from the other buckets and streets and sidewalks to that project?
Wherever we can, yeah.
Well, this is proposed, so we can continue to work on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I think before you just like move money from the buckets, and Dave, you mentioned you already have a list of like roads that you're planning to work on. And I'd like to see that list, you know, and I don't have to see it right today, but I'd like to see that list, because I think we've talked about that before.
The street rehab list?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
And I was told the sidewalk rehab was funded at $1 million FY '23. It's $400,000 FY '24 right now. And Mr. Mays uses that funding in conjunction with the street rehab when they go into a location. Last year's $1 million. I didn't hear you, what?
And streets was 6.
Right.
Wait a minute, I got a question for Dave. Just, we get blamed for the state roads, you know that. Market Street, Oleander Drive, a bunch of them. And people ride on those roads and they obviously think it's the city street. Does the state tell you when they're gonna rehab? Let's take Market Street, because I come down Market Street and it's horrendous. Potholes everywhere, the thing is destroyed. Did they ever tell you when they're gonna rehab those streets? I'm just out of curiosity, because I see other communities getting a lot of money for street rehab, and I just want to know why it always lasts. And that's not your fault, but I just need that, for those that are listening, the citizens that are listening to this stuff, I want them to know that we don't own all the major highways in this community. The state does. And I'm looking at some of these roads and I'm saying, my God.
Thank you for that question, Mayor. I don't know if you have a crystal ball or knew somebody over there, but DOT is actually getting ready to start resurfacing of 3 major roads.
Thank God. Y'all put it out on social media so everybody will understand?
I have the schedule over the next, probably starting in April, over the next probably 6 weeks. They're going to be in town. They will be resurfacing Independence Boulevard from Oleander to Shipyard. They will be resurfacing Market Street from 3rd all the way out to Wetzig Road. Right, it'll join up with where the Carr Avenue project ended. And they'll be resurfacing 3rd Street from where the Dock Street project ended down to, it's either Worcester or Dawson.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Mayor, be careful what you ask for,
I understand.
because the traffic rerouting will be horrendous.
Make sure that we also tell the people that too, so when we're, you know.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Mike has a saying, what does he say? What you're saying, Mike, about pain? Long-term gain for short-term pain, I got you. May I ask another question in respect, I guess you're gonna get into the golf course improvements, because I have some questions about that.
Okay. So as you see, these are the enterprise funds, stormwater, parking, and golf, and they all fund their capital projects. We have annual storm drain, Second Street parking deck rehabilitation, which includes a structural study as well as a response to that study. The camera replacement at decks, which is something you've seen before, as well as golf improvements. This is a project that was first funded in FY '23 and continues in FY '24. The golf fund is transferring money to the golf capital fund to be used for general improvements out there.
Tony, I know that we talked about the irrigation system out there at the course. I know that we're getting 60,000 rounds a year out there. The course is doing well, it's making money, but it needs to be maintained, or else we're going to end up spending a heck of a lot more money in the future to upgrade it. And I'm just curious, are we going to talk about irrigation in this fiscal budget? Because it was my understanding that we would take a percentage of what we're generating out there to go into it, and a certain amount would be borrowed from the general fund that we would pay back through the golf course fund.
We certainly anticipate that in the coming years. We did not anticipate it in the next year's budget. I know this is off the cuff, but I'll ask Amy Beatty, our Community Services Director, to come forward and see if she could give us an explanation as to where we are with regard to that request.
And one of the reasons I'm asking is the Golf Course Advisory Commission that we appoint that oversees the operation of the golf course has made a significant recommendation in respect to this irrigation system for the last 2 years.
Well, yes, sir.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. First, I'll overview what we are doing in terms of capital projects. Currently, with the money that is taken from that indirect general fund monies, we are doing a drainage improvement project at the greens and greens approaches for holes 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, and 17. And we are also entering into a contract with a consultant to design the irrigation project. And it is our hope that in fiscal year '25, that management and city council would consider some sort of loan or grant from the general fund to go ahead and construct the irrigation project after it's been designed this year.
Yes, sir, Mr. Reinbart.
Amy, how far away is the golf course on an annual basis from being a true enterprise fund?
Well, I would say we are right now. I'm not sure if Jennifer has this in her materials, but the balance in the undesignated fund is over $1 million right now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. And in summary, what we're looking at with the projects that you just saw is $23.3 million. Of course, the majority of that being maintenance-type projects. Yes?
Could you go back to that last slide? The stormwater, now that's, is that 3.7 million over and above the stormwater fund?
The stormwater operating fund is transferring money to a stormwater annual storm drain rehab project. It's kind of their bucket project that they use all over the city, and it's all going to that one project, but that will address different areas of the city.
Let me ask it a different way.
Okay,
The stormwater fund is an enterprise fund.
yes,
Okay. Is it self-sustaining? Is
Yes.
this- Okay, that's what I'm,
Yep.
thank you.
the stormwater parking and golf projects are all being funded by those operating funds. And just to wrap up, our next steps, we plan to postpone the multi-year plan and focus on maintenance projects in FY '24, complete those funded projects, and develop a funding and capacity strategy for the next multi-year capital plan for your consideration in the FY '25 budget process. Are there any questions? Yes, sir. Oh, thanks. Good, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, now we'll turn to a little more in-depth presentation on stormwater. I think Fred Royal will start us off with that presentation.
Just a comment, it's nice to have the curtains open.
Yes, sir, it is.
Second that.
Need to stay open. They're not bothering this at all.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Happy to be with you this morning to discuss stormwater capital projects completed, active, and then the 5-year plan. I'm going to go into a little bit of detail on what's going on with active being Clear Run Phase 1, as it's quite a project. So we have some active, we have some projects under construction, we have some projects under design, and we have some projects where the design's complete, but we're acquiring easements. So we're in that phase post-design. All of these projects together represents approximately $38.2 million of funding that is funded, if that makes sense. Completed projects, let me catch up. There's a table of completed projects within the last couple of years. Greenville Avenue was a pretty major capital project we completed with a culvert installation. Stormwater rehab, which was just discussed, is ongoing. I will point out that stormwater rehab pays for pipe rehab under streets that are planned in conjunction with street repaving, because the resurfacing is approximately $8 million a year, and we have to try to catch up and fix all the pipes under the streets we're planning to resurface before we resurface. So we're spending a lot of effort in that regard with an on-call contractor. They're doing an excellent job, by the way.
Mr. Waddell?
Did I see in there, it may have been the previous presentation, that you also try and schedule in conjunction with CFPUA
Yes.
for some of these projects? That's
Absolutely.
great.
Yeah, we just had a meeting here about Fifth Avenue, public drop-in meeting, and CFPUA had a table, and we've been coordinating with them the whole time.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. Thank you.
Yeah. So rehab, Greenfield Lake Spillway is another rehab project. That's been very challenging, Greenfield Lake Spillway. They're actually pulling out now.
Hey, Fred, we rehabbed that, I guess, I want to say 7 years ago or something, and we're coming back and doing it again?
We're doing something completely different.
I'm sure, so.
We're actually installing anchors below the footings so that we hold it up in place.
Okay.
And we're also coming back and fixing the bridge and things, but that was substantial work.
Who's pulling out?
TA Loving, they've been our contractor.
They're not doing it anymore?
They're complete.
Oh,
They have to get their crane pulled out, and
So they're finished, okay.
that's right. I'm sorry, I should use the word.
Thought they were
completed.
saying, no, we're not doing this anymore. That scared me.
No, we didn't get to that, but we're fine. Amber Drive culvert access is a simple project where we needed access for maintenance and we didn't have it. And Scotland Lane was a drainage ditch that needed severe rehabilitation. And that worked. Now Scotland Lane doesn't flood anymore. It actually drains out to the ditch, which did not occur before. And we were able to come back and repave the road. Oops. So the active projects is a little bit longer. There's several under construction, which is Clear Run Phase 1 and Stream Restoration, 3 locations. Design is Phase 2 for Clear Run, Pirates Cove, Whispering Pines, Redberry, and then easement acquisition is Brookshire Beasley Phase 2, Wisteria Clearbrook Phase 2, and New Orleans Place. I'll go into each of these a little bit. I will point out that Redberry and New Orleans Place are rehab projects. They're not specific CIPs. So that's an example of where rehab funds go into these types of projects. So Clear Run Phase 1. I wanted to just give you a little information on this one. It is 50% complete, and that includes College Acres Drive from Racine to Oriole, and the stream restoration itself. But I think some of the numbers are worth noting. We installed a 450-foot long box culvert that is 12 feet wide and 6 feet tall. We could walk right through it. 450 feet long. That's what is installed under College Acres Drive. And I don't think everyone realizes the size of this project. We've also been putting utilities under College Acres Drive for the last 6 months, which just as a quick example, excuse me, several thousand linear feet of pipe and over 55 water and sewer service conflicts. So it's been a slow process with every resident down the way has got a new water and sewer service because of the drainage pipes put under the road. Now we're coming back to fix the road. Stone, asphalt, that's the next step. Clear Run Branch, we've so far excavated about 150 dump truck loads of soil and moved it out. That's about 15,000 cubic yards, and we have about 6,000 cubic yards to go. So those are big numbers. That's why it's taken so long. And this photo shows an area where that's about a 10-foot drop of what it used to be. The next steps are to finalize it, and we're going to plant vegetation next winter because you have to do it when it's dormant, so we're going to give them an extension just for that piece to plant trees and vegetation. So phase 2 of Clear Run is up in the New Center Drive area, South College Road area, and it'll connect to that large box culvert I just described. The differences are vast with phase 1, where this is all underground piping, and one of the largest items is going to be we're going to bore under South College Road with a pipe. It's going to be approximately 60 inches in diameter. I don't know yet, but that's roughly. So we're going to have to bore under the road. We're not going to close the road, but we're going to work with DOT to bore under it. There's a lot of flooding on the other side of South College, up by the automotive shops, and all that's going to be redone and brought down this system. It's also going to include a pipe under New Center Drive that goes from College to Racine, so that's going to be a traffic and workaround for a while.
Fred, real quick, when we did Inland Greens and we were taking and repiping that area, we bored under, did we bore under the Market Street or did we cut it open? I don't know.
I don't know.
Dave would know. That was a pretty significant project too.
Yes, sir, we did.
Which one? Did you bore or did you cut?
We bored under Market Street right there in front of the Toyota dealership.
Okay, very good. So we have experience with this.
Yes, we do. We've learned lessons, so we'll be applying those lessons here.
Next slide is what we're calling the Three Streams Project. It's basically where similar stream blowouts have occurred, and we combine the 3 locations and designs into one bid package for efficiency. So we got a really good contractor. This is their specialty, and they're doing a very good job. This photo is over at Mineral Springs next to the Montessori School. It's complete now. That's like day 1 photo there, but it's complete. And they're working on Downey Creek, Downey Branch at Wilshire Townhomes, if you've seen that going down Wilshire.
They come back and put riprap or something to hold the bank, or what are they?
So, combination. This Downey Branch is going to be what's called soil lifts, where you put layers of soil wrapped in a fabric, and you put trees in it, so it'll actually be green when it's over.
Okay.
Riprap will go in some
Well,
places.
I'm just using that terminology. Just
Right.
they stabilize the bank.
They stabilize the bank.
All right.
Brookshire Beasley is in the easement acquisition phase. We've worked very hard with property owners. A lot of these easements were dedicated in the 80s, the plat. So the property owners did what they did in their backyards, including in these easement areas. And so we've worked with them, and we work with the designer to minimize impacts to the property owners in their backyards, essentially, because they got sheds, fences, landscaping, koi ponds, you name it, it's back there. So we've had to adjust to minimize our damage to the property, but also to realize that we can do the project. So that's taken some time. There's 87 parcels that we're going to accept for this project in the near future. The Brookshire Beasley is almost 2 miles long. It's going to be almost 2 mile long drainage improvement through several neighborhoods. It's going to have 5 roads with new culverts. It's going to have 4,300 linear feet of stream restoration. It's going to have 4,200 linear feet of new channels. It's going to be a large project. Wisteria Clearbrook Phase 2. We are in the easement acquisition phase. We're identifying all the easement acquisition needs. The consultant surveyor is working that out with us as we speak. This one includes 27 parcels. It's not as many as Brookshire Beasley, but it's pretty significant. The total drainage way that we're going to repair is a little over half a mile. That includes 7 road crossings with culverts and 2,100 linear feet of new channel and about 700 feet of restored stream. So that is a significant project, and we're underway with the design engineer surveyor to get the easements established. Then we do the easement acquisition after that. Pirate Cove is relatively small, but it's important. It's, excuse me, yeah. We've basically finished the design, and we're working on the easements, and we're working with Duke Energy to get some utilities relocated, and we will begin the bid package preparation on this as soon as we can. It's flooding in the Buccaneer area back there. It's going to include a large channel improvement right off of Masonboro Sound Road and new culverts in Buccaneer. Whispering Pines is a fairly large project. We're designing it now. There's 2 sections or 2 areas, Area 1 and Area 2. Area 1 is to address the flooding on Downing Creek Way, if I got the name of that street right. Dawning Creek Way, excuse me. That project's going to consist of a lot of easements and channel improvements. Area 2 is going to be more complicated because it begins at Orchard Trace and it comes down through Easton Mason, the new development, and then it discharges into the right-of-way of Masonboro Sound Road, where we have to capture it in new culverts and come down to the outfall. That's going to be a challenging engineering project, but we're working on it. Redberry is practically designed, I'll say. It's probably 90% designed. And we're this is a rehab-funded project. And we'll have this ready for staff review for the engineering probably in several months. So Redberry has come a long way. New Orleans Place is designed in-house. We've designed that project. We've been working with the legal department on downstream easement acquisition, and we're hoping to get that cleared up soon so we can go to bid on New Orleans Place. All right, now for the 5-year CIP budget plan. So for the next 5
Fred,
years.
can I just make a comment?
Yes.
It's interesting to note that probably with very few exceptions, every one of those projects that you just went over, none were built to our standards. They were all pre-annexation and built by a developer, God love them, but without our thumbprint on it. Just people need to know that. And they had no expectation at all of having these projects done before the city took them in. Now they do. Thank you.
That's correct. So the 5-year plan will include annual street rehab funds for the culvert work under the streets I described, plus other sort of bucket projects like Redberry and Pirates Cove and quite a bit more we're working on. Greenville Loop Harvest Grove is slated to begin the design work in FY27 for $800,000, and New Macomber's outfall, FY28, the estimate is $6.5 million for design and construction. That goes down 14th Street, down from the high school. So that's what we have currently in the 5-year budget. I'll turn over to Ms. Moretti.
Fred, you're a busy man, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Said you're a busy man.
Yes, I guess you could say that. Thanks.
Good morning. As you mentioned before, the Stormwater Fund is an enterprise fund and is self-supportive. So the finance team and the Stormwater team, we work together and we maintain a 10-year planning model. The model includes all the funding sources on hand, including fund balance, plus the projected funding to come into the fund and all the projected costs paid from the fund. So everything coming in and everything going out, we maintain in this 10-year planning model. The projections are used to determine what, if any, rate increase or bond issuance is needed to provide the necessary funding to continue to meet the expected costs, as well as when those rate adjustments are needed or the additional revenue bond is needed. Looking at what we have coming into the fund to pay for the stormwater operations, maintenance, and capital projects, we have the current monthly fee of $8.51 per ERU, the equivalent residential unit. This fee is based on the amount of impervious or hard surface area on a property. Each single home residential property is assessed a monthly fee for 1 ERU. Commercial or multifamily are assessed based on the square feet of impervious surface, measuring at 2,500 square feet is equivalent to 1 ERU. So if they have up to 5,000 square feet of impervious surface, they're billed 2 ERUs per month. There is a charge to the general fund that pays into the stormwater fund for all the city streets and impervious city surfaces that the city owns. Currently, it's about $3 million a year, and there's a 2.5% annual growth escalator on this. State and federal properties are exempt from paying the fee, but city is not. We have to pay that fee into the stormwater fund. We also have interest earnings that come in based on our cash balances. And then there's other revenue sources that come into the fund, grants that we may get. We were able to obtain some grant funds for the Clear Run project. We also get CFPUA reimbursements as we have agreements with them. We pay for it and they reimburse us for some of those costs that are related to their services. We have a maintenance agreement with DOT for drainage, and then just some other miscellaneous sale of assets. The FEMA reimbursements, we have those come into these funds to pay for those damages as well. When we look at what we're paying out of the fund, this includes all of the operating costs related to stormwater activities. All of our current and future debt service payments are projected, as well as any projected capital project costs. Again, this is a 10-year planning model, so we have built in projected costs going out 10 years working with the stormwater team to determine what projects are planned to be done and when they're going to be done at what that estimated cost is. As with any long-term planning model, we do have to include some assumptions to project those future revenues and costs. Each year, we do go back and adjust the model for actual costs and actual revenues with the activity that we've experienced, and then we make modifications to those future projections based on any information we have at that time. Our assumptions for future revenue include the ERU growth. This is at a rate of 0.2% annually. That's just the additional units that we will bill for. The charge to the general fund for city streets and impervious surfaces, as I've mentioned, is at 2.5%. And then we project an interest rate earning at 2%. And again, as we see the markets change, everything changes accordingly. Assumptions for costs outgoing, we have our future costs, including the operating costs, escalating at 4.5% annually. All future capital project costs provided by the stormwater team, along with the year those projects will occur. And then the amount of projected revenue bonds that may be needed, as well as when the borrowing will be issued and any rate that we are projecting for that to happen. Since we do have revenue bonds funding some of the projects in this fund, we do have to meet certain revenue bond covenants with our debt service coverage as well as the days of cash on hand. Our model assumes that we meet these covenants by keeping rates at a level that produces the minimum of 2 times coverage from revenues of the debt service costs and a minimum of cash equal to 365 days of operating costs.
Quick question on the cash on hand. Sorry.
Yes.
Is that cash on hand just for the stormwater budget?
Yeah, this is just stormwater.
Okay, so
Yeah.
they just take whatever the operating expenses are for 365 days, and that's the cash on hand that has to be
Correct.
maintained? Do we keep around that?
Yes.
Thank
Yeah, we try to make sure that we have a minimum of 365 days to make sure. It provides assurance to the bondholders that we can make our debt service payments and their holdings are secure.
Thank you.
Yes. So within our 10-year planning model, this includes projected costs of $86.4 million just in capital spending over the next 10 years. We have projected an annual rate increase of 1% each year through fiscal year '26. And then that rate increases to 2% annually from fiscal year '27 to '32. Based on what we have projected right now, with those costs of the capital projects operating, we are looking at potentially needing to issue a revenue bond for $12 million in fiscal year '25. And then another $12 million revenue bond issuance in fiscal year '29. And again, any changes to the actual activity, the future projections will change. So we've experienced that when we don't spend as much on capital projects or operations, we're able to push that lower 1% out further and not increase it higher and push those bond issuances out further. And so that's annually working with this model and making sure we know what we're doing, what the activity has been, and what does that look like going outward. Some of the things that we continue to work through is identifying any missing ERUs and being able to increase the billing for those, and that will produce additional revenue coming into the model, which will again offset any needed rate adjustments that we have in the model. Also, our spending levels play a big role in when the next rate adjustment will be. So if we see that we're not able to spend, the $12 million projected in the next year, then if that's lower, then that will push that rate out, or the need for any rate adjustment will be
Quick question.
downward.
Good question.
Have we projected potential growth of our stormwater program into these numbers? Because we're talking about 13% rate increases now through fiscal year '32. Do those rate increases kind of track with what we've seen year over year for the last few years? And also, if we're obviously we don't have that much growth to be had within the city, but if we were able to enlarge that base, would that buy down that potential increase?
Yes, yeah, we do have a projection, a conservative one at 0.2% annually, but we do adjust it every year for our actual activity. This is just a conservative growth because we don't want to underestimate, what that growth is, or, yeah, overestimate, and then not have that revenue there and have to pivot sooner than later. But also, as I just mentioned, continuing the stormwater team, working with CFQA and being able to identify what parcels are not being billed that need to be billed. And once we can capture those and bring those in, that will also increase that revenue coming in. And anytime we bring more revenue in, we're able to push those increases off.
Yeah.
And just to mention, 1% increase on one ERU is 9 cents per month. 9 cents per month, and so it's $1.08 per year for that 1% increase on a residential
That's good.
stormwater.
That's good to get out there. Thank you.
Yeah. And that's something
Ma'am,
we've built out, I'm
I just
sorry.
had, that was basically what I was going to ask, but could this be done much like is that like a variable rate interest? Could it be tied to some type of CPI versus, 1% and 2% is not reflective of what's going on right now?
Yeah, we're building it out kind of based on what we think we're going to need to keep our rate covenants and cover the costs. And so trying to keep it as minimal long-term as we can instead of having it fluctuate up and down more. I'm not sure if that's what you're asking.
Well, yes, it does, but is that fair to the stormwater fund? I don't know that 2% is realistic compared to what's going on in the world today with inflation the way it is. Could this be tied to some type of index?
I think tying it to what we're actually able to put out of the fund, because we don't want to have a rate increase higher and then our spending trend has not been what we project it's going to be. And so bringing more in and not necessarily needing it at this time, and it could have been pushed off and brought in later when we're actually able to do those projects in that spending level.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Some of the overall challenges that Stormwater experiences with their capital projects and getting their bidding out. I don't know, Fred, if you wanted to talk more about this.
Very briefly, inflation bidding climate is a challenge. We have had some good recent luck or success with bids coming in more reasonable, near where the engineer estimated it, like the Three Streams project was a good story. So hopefully the bidding climate will start to relax. Supply chain issues, whenever we order or design things with steel and other parts, supply chain becomes a factor. The Clear Run project was delayed for several weeks because of that, as an example. I'm happy to report that the project manager that was approved by council last year is now working and doing a great job with capital project assistance, so it's paying dividends. We have a lot of capital projects coming up, as you see, so we'll keep reviewing that and how our resources can manage the volume of work. Easement acquisitions has always been a challenge in terms of time and cost and working it out with property owners. And we're doing that very judiciously. We're really working hard with property owners to make sure they understand what we're doing and what the implications are with the easement plats. We've discussed inflation, and construction and real estate cost increases goes without saying. So those are our primary challenges.
Quick question, Bill. Is the supply chain issue, is that getting any better?
Yes and no. It depends on what material you want or you need. It just totally depends. I know that reinforced concrete pipe is still a behind schedule item, but we are able to get it. It just takes longer, the manufacturing of it, as an example. I hope that companies and the whole process, the labor force gets back into gear and we can get back to business as usual, but it is still an issue.
Okay, thanks.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you,
Thank
Fred.
you.
Mr. Mayor, that, excuse me, that completes our overview of the stormwater CIP items. We'll ask first if you want to take a break before we begin on the general fund, or will you just prefer for us to go on to the general fund?
Go for it.
Okay. Ms. Mortel will walk us through the financial status of the general fund outlook, and then we'll have Clayton Roberts come forward and talk about some employee compensation issues.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Now for the presentation that you got up for this morning. I would like to provide you with some highlights of the FY23 financial status as well as the FY24 financial position. I'm going to start with the FY23 financial status. In your packet, I did give you the second quarterly report, and it's in the materials section. To start with, as a reminder, the FY23 budget was budgeted at $251 million. Of that, 52% is the general fund with a budget of $130 million. And that is what I'm going to focus on the rest of the presentation. This table provides a projection of the year-end revenue estimates for FY23. As a note, the data changes continuously as revenue is collected through the year, which allows us to have further trends and devise further trends as we move through the development of the FY24 budget. I would like to point out the numbers on the side, and I'm going to go through some of those. The table provides property tax, which is expected to be just shy of the budget by 1.3%. I have some good news. This figure changed in the last week. And now we have a surplus of about $530,000. And I have a call out to New Hanover County, and I have not been able to contact with them. But we were told about March 15th that we needed to pay them more because we pay them for the collection of our property taxes because they were getting more property tax in. And so I'm not sure why, and I will provide that to you when we have it, but it's good news. I have an idea. It's probably about the appeals from the last reassessment, and those would affect FY22 as well as FY23, but that's an assumption, so I will get you the real answer. Sales tax, which is my favorite revenue, is completely unpredictable to budget and has been unpredictable, especially since Hurricane Florence and COVID. We are expecting $5 million more than what we have budgeted, but I say that cautiously. This is we have 3.5 months delay when we get the sales tax collection in. We have another trend disruptor this year. The state has delayed giving refunds. Refunds are for those nonprofit and government entities that get sales tax credit back. They haven't given sales tax refunds this year, and I'm not sure if it expands to last year. So that we're going to see that in the May distribution. So our trend moving forward is going to be a little bit off as well. We have called the state to see why it was delayed, and all we got was that they implemented a new financial system, and they're having their hiccups similar to what we have with Munis as we go through our processes and make our processes work with a new financial system. And then, of course, we have the economy, which is showing signs of a forthcoming recession. Spending is starting to slow, and how that is going to impact sales tax in the future, we can only guess. And then, of course, this particular forecasts have that we're not going to be using our appropriated fund balance, but it's there if sales tax starts to go down. So for our expenditures, we're feeling the tight labor market still this year. Vacancies are a continued issue in FY23, and we're expecting about $2 to $2.5 million of salary savings in the general fund. HR will be providing a presentation just after mine for your understanding of this very topic after this presentation. When we have vacancies, it leads to operating money not being spent. You have supplies, uniforms, training, business travel. Those things aren't spent, and so we're expecting about 1.6 million of that not to be spent. We have vehicles that are being difficult to purchase. Most of our vehicles are purchased in the fleet fund, but we do have ones that aren't in the replacement fund funded in the general fund, and we're having a hard time with a few of those that we might have to reappropriate next year. But we're hoping that we will be able to have it. But the problem is that many dealers have a limited open when you can buy it, as well as a limited model that they're keeping on hand. So it's really difficult to get what we need. And then we have some planned studies that we had funded. They're one-time funded studies, but we're unable to get them onto a PO due to the RFP process. And so we'll probably have to reappropriate those next year as well.
Quick question. So we have money ready to go out the door to purchase some of these items. We just don't have them we can't purchase them right now.
That is correct.
Okay, so that's why some of these, what is that, non-departmental or is that departmental or both?
That would be non-departmental where those fall.
Okay.
And some in departments, it depends on where they were budgeted. It's a mixture.
And then one other question with the sales tax revenue, one slide back. If that ends up over, like at year end, ends up over 13%, if we're looking, 5 or 6, I don't know how many million that would end up being over our projection, but does that money just go to fund balance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And so now for the preliminary discussion on the FY24 budget. We went over these this morning, and I won't go over them again. However, I just wanted to remind you at our November 18th work session, we worked with council to provide their priorities to us. And these were the top 5 that Tony went through. Road improvement and traffic management, public safety, growth opportunities, affordable housing, and homeless, and opioids. And we are trying to frame the budget around these, and a lot of our requests do link to these, and we're doing our due diligence to try and make these come forward in the budget. We do have some economic challenges that we are looking at. There are 3 things that are floating out there that are becoming more of a challenge. We have the labor market that is continuing to show us signs of not changing, really. With the national unemployment rate right now in January is 3.4%. They did release a February one, which is ticking up a little bit at 3.6, as compared to Wilmington, which is in January is 3.5, and we don't have an updated number for February for that one. We have, with regard to inflation obviously peaked in June of last year at 9%, and it has been declining since, and it's now at 6.04 for February. Last time inflation was near this was September and October of 2001. The last few years, the federal government has been trying to stimulate the economy, and they put $5.5 trillion into the system. Now they're trying to slow it down, and a lot of that money is still trickling in. But since last March, Feds have raised interest rates 8 times, and it started in March of 2022, where they went up to 1/4 cent, and now it's up to 4.75% basis points. Not on this slide is the March cryptocurrency bank failures. There are about 3 banks that had been investing in cryptocurrency, and they essentially crashed. And that is kind of wreaking havoc in the bank world.
Question about that. With how much money we have, I would assume, sitting in various banks, are we able to sweep under the FDIC insured limits?
That would be out of my my knowledge.
I'd assume that'd be wild undertaking, but it's also terrifying. And I don't mean to derail the conversation too far, but just, it's been in my head.
Yes, we do keep our funds in various accounts. We are all 100% covered with FDIC insurance, very diversified. We also have to, the local government commission, state treasurer's office, we report to them every 6 months where our funds are, what the coverage is, so we do keep that well covered.
So FDIC limits don't change for governments for individuals and businesses. It's all, at 250 is the number for everybody.
Correct. We have to invest our funds in pooled banks that are approved by the local government commission, and to ensure that we are protected in that manner.
Thank you.
And the last thing that we are considering as we build FY24 budget is the pending recession. We've heard that the recession was going to start last year, the beginning of this year, and it's been pushed off. So when and how far we'll fall is unknown, but we are taking that into consideration. And now for the preliminary general fund revenues. This table began during COVID, and it's just to remind you that we've had revenue interruptions and trend interruptions and difficulty of really kind of trying to get that number. It's probably made its point by now, but I wanted to reiterate one more time that the top three that you see up there really relate to sales tax. Sales tax generally, the first few months after hurricane, we get a lot more sales tax than we expected, and that's just because of recovery efforts. Marketplace retailers, those are now expected to pay sales tax in the state that they sell in. And we don't have any data, and there's no data available for that impact since it started. The pandemic sales tax did what we thought it would do for probably 4 months and go down, but now it's exceeded everyone's expectations since then. And then the fiscal year, we have the refund issue that I told you about, which will hopefully, it will be all the refunds for this particular year, which over time wouldn't change our trends, but if they're going to give us some refunds from previous years, that will disrupt the trends. And then lastly, whatever is going to happen with the economy is obviously going to impact us there.
Good question. On the hurricanes, have we recovered from Florence all of the monies that we have spent? I know that we were do some reimbursements, Jennifer. Have we gotten this back yet? It's been 5 years. Tony's shaking his head, he's saying no, and I'm like, wow, really? How much is left?
So for Hurricane Florence, we still have a few projects we're wrapping up, but we are waiting $8.5 million. $1.8 million of that will come back to the general fund. We have stormwater funds waiting to be reimbursed, the repairs to the convention center, as well as some additional facilities that are in a capital project fund. For Hurricane Dorian, we've received all of our funding. Hurricane Isaias, we still have a small amount, probably about $50,000 out there just for administration. So how that works is the federal level covers 75% of eligible costs. North Carolina has committed to cover the rest of the 25% committed. The federal level pays the funds to the state. There is a very tedious process of review that they go through, and as more emergencies come up, that pushes all of that review back. So a lot of the stuff we're just waiting. What we were told is they do not close out projects until 75% of those affected by that emergency are completed and closing out, and then they will go back and review all of it. So we're waiting on other people for that 75% to get to that level before they close it out. This is the last information we've received. So don't know if we'll get that in the next year or 2 years. It could be, take time, but yeah, we were able to recoup the majority of it, but still waiting.
So that so that $8 million, is it still in the federal government's hands, or it's to the state at this point? Where can we apply pressure and leverage contacts to say, we need that money. I assume they're not paying us any interest on it, so.
Correct. Yeah, from my understanding, it is at the state level.
Okay.
And it is waiting for their review and approval process to go through. And your larger projects have more levels of review, and then, smaller projects, not so much. But with the last word we got was, once everybody affected by Hurricane Florence is 75% of those are at a closeout level, then they'll
Everybody in the
do
state, so
final.
we're waiting on that.
Correct, and again, we still have a few projects, so we could say, they're waiting on us. But, yeah, we're still finishing up those, but it is, it's one of those things that, we don't anticipate to get back immediately, but we do plan, in the next couple of years, we'll finally have that in.
Yeah, my question was similar to Luke's, in the sense that we're actually waiting for, well, the state's waiting for us, but it's 75% of the projects throughout the state.
Anyone affected by that storm, yes.
They have to be settled first, and then that's part of why we're waiting.
Yeah, when 75% are all finished and completed with their projects and ready to close out, then they'll go and review that final amount. And just like, with our stormwater projects, we're completed with those from Hurricane Florence, but we haven't received, we've got $4.5 million we're waiting to receive back for the stormwater projects. And so that's just something we have to continue to do reporting on all of the status of everything to FEMA and the state, and then, it's just one of those things, just wait and see and for that to come back.
Thank you.
So is that number new? It just seems awfully arbitrary. Has that been the case with past hurricanes, 75%? I mean, because you've got small communities out there that don't have the staff we have and the power, it's hard for them to, I mean, I'm sure they send stuff in and it's like, well, we need this, we need that. I mean, even more so than we are. I mean, it seems.
Yeah,
So in
we
other words, you're
haven't
punished. I mean, I know you're saying right now we still have some things outstanding, but once we turn ours in, we still may be waiting on, crossroads, tiny little towns everywhere to get to the 75% number. It just.
Yeah, we haven't had an experience like we had with Florence. So we've never had a storm that was open that long and had the damage that we had. So I don't know, as we experience with every storm we get, everything changes. So the way they change things, the process changes. So I don't know if this is just because it's the first time we've experienced having it take this long for us to go through the recovery efforts of it, or if it's something that they changed on their side of it. It's just the first time that we've had to deal with it.
Like Dorian and ECI, or however you say the thing, there's no 75% thing there, right?
Dorian, we
just one
finished
that is-
within the same year, so it was a smaller impact storm to us.
Yeah, but we didn't have to wait
Correct.
on, Delco or something.
Right.
I mean,
Yep, correct.
it's so interesting, roadblocks.
It's important to note that from a historical perspective, it took us 5 years to close out Fran as well. A major storm, it is not unusual for it to take you 5 years to close it out, period. So if we're beyond September of this year, I will be a little surprised, but it's a 5-year window.
Well, that just further makes the argument that your undesignated fund balance needs to be damn healthy, because you got people out there that suppose we owed $8.5 million, what would we do?
Yes, sir.
So with all that said, when we budget revenues this year due to the pending recession, we'll just have to be ready to do what we did well during the pandemic and just watch closely and then place restrictions on spending during the year until we start seeing the revenue come in. But we're not at that point. We're still looking at estimates and we're still looking at the trends coming in. So in 2 months, we will be bringing you a balanced budget and hopefully we will be where we need to be. So now the general fund in total, the revenue for FY24 is expected to be 4.3% increase over the estimated FY23 revenue. And this is around $141 million. Now the theme, as you've picked up, is we're watching sales tax carefully. We have done a conservative look at it and we believe that the low end for this would be around 138. So we have a range that we're working with now during the next 2 months as we look at revenues. I just want to point out the actual in FY20, you can see that it's a negative 16.8%, and that's literally because of what we were just talking about, Hurricane Florence, where we had to increase the budget in FY19. And so the change for the actual in FY20 is less than that. For property tax, we should see a 4.4% higher than FY23's estimated budget. Some of this is related to the Brownsfield property that are moving through and lessening their tax exemption. They're 5 years. I think it's a 5-year exemption policy. And just a reminder that 1.3 that you see in the estimated FY23 has changed with the surplus of $530,000 now. Sales tax, currently on this slide, as we've predicted, it has continued to exceed expectations. Based on what the economist was warning last year, it's exceeded that. Other jurisdictions are also just like us. We're watching the trends and what's going to happen with the refunds and how that's going to impact, as well as the pending recession. We've budgeted conservatively. We budgeted a decrease in growth, but there's still an increase in revenue that we're budgeting. So it's 5.4%, and that brings us back to the pre-COVID, pre-Florence growth of 5 to 6%. Now the warning there is if sales tax starts to move down a little bit, this is also going to move down just based on what we're going to have to do. Intergovernmental, this graph generally looks a little bizarre in the actuals, and that is because we get FEMA reimbursements that are unbudgeted. When you look at the FY23 budget, we are up by 1.6%, and that's because of the electricity and the higher prices that they've paid for electricity and natural gas, as well as the higher than normal cooling days. So we were getting a little more money, a little more spending than anyone had planned. And so when you look at FY24 preliminary, it goes down. That's one part of that. The other part of that is telecommunications and video programming continue to change and go downward, and that's because of customer behavior changes and the evolution of technology options. But the good news, and I bring this up, since COVID, ABC revenue continues to exceed expectations and it's at record highs. And for FY24, we're expecting $3.4 million. And now for a preliminary outlook of what the budget will look like. We do have some base drivers that we really have to do. Just starting out with good news for health insurance, the city as well as the employees will not see an increase for FY24. It's going to remain the same. The money that we put towards retirement for each employee has increased by $530,000. Liability and property insurance has also increased by $438,000. And then fleet has increased by $282,000. And just to expand a little farther on fleet, this is a net change of what we charge back to the departments to keep the fleet fund whole, and it really relates to the insurance that is placed on the vehicles. And so that has gone up as well. So some of the requests that we got do link to the strategies that you have found. We have $6.1 million of requests from our departments. For roadway and traffic improvements, although it's not part of those $6.1 million, we want to reiterate that we're continuing to put money towards street resurfacing as well as bridge repair. We have several requests for equipment accelerations in our street department that we're considering, and we have a position, an ITS senior technician, to help with the management of our signals, traffic signals that is being under consideration. For growth opportunities, we're continuing to partner with our public-private partnerships, and the high-profile ones, as you know, are the rail realignment and the Gateway Project. Public safety, we have several pieces of safety equipment as well as vehicles in there, and as new technology comes in, sometimes we have to change out our technology, and there's tasers for the police department that we're considering, as well as some video cloud-based streaming is also up for consideration. With regard to affordable housing, we're continuing the 1 cent on property tax to be dedicated to affordable housing, and that pays for the administration service, the home ownership program, the rehabilitation program, and there's a Healthy Homes request to consider for general fund money. For the homeless and opioids, we're continuing the joint Getting Home program, which dedicates city officers who are paired with county social workers to help those that are challenged know about services that are available. And we have the first year of our opioid settlement being funded. And then, of course, we always have core services, those things that we do now that have increased in service: asphalt, contracts, software. We have to pay for those or reevaluate if we need them. All of these we will be reevaluating during the next 2 months when we bring the adopted or the recommended budget forth. So what is the gap?
Quick, with regards to the upgraded technology for efficiency on the core services, I love to see that personally. And when we do see the recommended budget in its entirety, will we see kind of department-wide what departments are going to be implementing from a technology efficiency standpoint?
You will see in the recommended budget, a lot of times it's under IT services, but sometimes it falls under the enterprise funds, but you will get a description of what that is and why we need it and what's the benefit to the citizens in the recommended budget, yes.
Great.
One example, 2 examples of that quickly. You funded this year the CIPA software, which was the project management software. That came through the IT department predominantly. Same thing goes for the fire record system that is being put in place now. Generally speaking, it will come through IT, but it'll be shown as designated for particular departments.
That and the GIS system that I think we implemented this year, I mean, the more things that we can get out to the forward-facing to engage the public and help them engage us, the better. The county does a phenomenal job. Obviously, their budget is a lot larger than ours, but they do a phenomenal job of having front-facing apparatuses to the public, and I just think the more we can do that across all departments, the better the city will function.
We agree.
Now to explain the revenue gap, sorry. This slide shows that possible revenue gap. We have taken into consideration that volatile sales tax and attempted to make a reasonable range. At this time, we believe the revenue for the general fund will be about $138 to $141 million. With consideration to both the base requests that you see up there at 6.1 or at 136 million and the request at 6.1, the following range was developed. There's a possible shortfall of $4.1 million. This assumes that the requests, all of the requests were needed, and we have the lower of the revenue, 138. And then it goes to a positive 4.5, which assumes none of the requests are valid, and the highest revenue is budgeted. Well, as you know, neither of those scenarios are really true. There's a happy medium that we have to do to make sure that the budgeted items are value added to our citizens as well as our programs to provide persistent, efficient services. So as we go through these and as the revenue starts to be developed further, the next 2 months we will be able to provide you with a balanced budget at the May recommended budget presentation. And then finally for your calendar, the first meeting in May is your recommended budget presentation, followed by the public hearing at the second meeting. Council's last work session for the development and the adoption of the budget is also in May, and then we adopt the budget in June. Are there any questions? That completes the presentation.
Yeah, I'm just curious, if we should be successful and decide to purchase the Thermo Fisher building, and that is going to have a pretty large maintenance annual maintenance, how does that all work into the purchase? I realize it has to have a small tax increase, but then how does the maintenance and all of that work into the upcoming budget?
The plan, as I know it, is we're going to be doing the property tax increase in the budget for the debt service. The maintenance, because we're still formulating that and we don't want to do an increase in taxes for that yet, will come when it's ready. It will come in July, maybe using general fund for some general fund balance to get us through that year. We don't think it may not be operational for us for half the year. So there'll be some expenses up until then, but probably general fund. And I hope Tony.
Your budget will include a 1.5 cent tax increase for the debt service on that fund, only because you will only be allowed to set the tax rate with the adoption of the coming budget. If you get to the second reading in June and something has gone wrong, then you certainly could vote that budget increase down. Of course, if you don't agree with the purchase, you certainly could vote that increase down. There will be monies that will be allocated out of next year's budget in association with rent and other fund balance uses, those types of things, that will be done on a contingency basis to be able to get us through that first year. As Laura mentioned, we would not occupy the building for at least 6 months, perhaps even longer, simply because we've got many modifications we're going to have to make to the building. But we're still in the process of trying to work through that, and you'll have an update on where we are in the process later in this meeting. But appropriately, we will not be able to make some final decisions about what it's going to cost us and where that money will come from until we get through with the facilities assessment conditions assessment.
Thank you.
We're going to have Clayton Roberts come forward now and talk to us a bit about proposed employee compensation.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. I'm going to be talking to you about the proposed compensation and benefits recommendations for the upcoming budget year. So wanted just to put this back in front of you. I showed you this slide at your retreat in November, looking at our turnover. In FY22, we ended our turnover at 17%, which is the highest it's been in 5 years. However, the last quarter of 22, when we implemented the compensation study, it decreased, which was a good trend. For FY23, up to the second quarter, we're currently at 7.6%, which is trending less than the previous year. If we continue at this rate, we'll end the year at about 15%, which is where we were at in 2021. When we look at the vacancies across the organization, the numbers you see up here are counting full-time and part-time positions. It's showing you the number of positions we would need to hire to get back to full strength. So on the far right, you'll see that the city has 114 total vacancies, and the city as a whole has about 1,186 total positions, just to put that in perspective. So about 10% of our positions are vacant. Public services probably sticks out to you. It's at 19%. It's been trending high for the last several months, and a lot of that is in our recycling trash services, which I refer to as RTS, and I'm going to address that here in a second. Community services is the second highest there. They're struggling to fill positions in our parks and landscapes division. But one good news story at community services are trees. I think when I presented to you last November, we had several vacancies there. We've been able to fill several of those, and now we're only down 2 positions in the trees division. Digging down into recycling and trash services, we do have a high vacancy rate for our CDL operators. These are the individuals that drive the trucks every day. 14 vacant positions out of 37 total positions, so that represents about 38 of all of our RTS operators. That doesn't take into account the folks that might call in sick or have planned vacations, so on any given day, we're down at least 14 drivers, maybe more. And so what we've seen is there's a lack of CDL drivers nationwide. A lot of folks retired, not enough people coming back filling those vacancies. So a lot of the local companies have been raising their rates and competing for that scarce skill, which is that CDL license. So we've been losing operators to private haulers. Some folks have decided to do long-haul trucking. Most of what we're seeing in the area, operators starting at $20 an hour. Our folks are starting out at $17.37, which, if you recall back in this time last year, we adjusted our rates to match the market, so you can see how much the market's changed just in the last 12 months. So this has really impacted our ability to recruit new drivers. So with us being down so many drivers, every day it's a struggle to see who shows up, if the routes are going to get completed. Service has been affected on a couple occasions. We were unable to complete yard waste, and so staff have prioritized our trash collection and recycling collection. And so when we're short drivers, to make sure that those services get done, they're pulling from yard waste to make sure that those routes get completed. So staff are having to work overtime to make up those missed routes on the Wednesdays, which is their day off, or the next working day. But we have staff that have volunteered in streets and stormwater to learn the routes, that are CDL drivers in streets and stormwater, that if we do have shortages, we can call on those volunteers to help drive trucks. So there's been some good collaboration going on across the organization.
Quick question to that.
Yes.
Wasn't the purchase and implementation of the automated trucks supposed to kind of assist in this issue?
With that, we're still going to need drivers, obviously, to drive those trucks. What we're looking at doing by switching those trucks, we won't need the workers, so the temp labor. So we're still going to see a need for drivers going forward.
So this is really driver-driven more than anything?
Correct, yes, sir.
Are we having trouble getting people with the, are they having trouble getting their CDL license?
Some cases, it's a barrier for folks to pass the test. We've had some instances of that. The city does have a CDL training program that we've had several folks be successful at getting their CDL in streets and stormwater. So we've been able to get folks licensed up that way.
All right. Are we losing people because we're only paying $17 and others are getting 20 or 20 more, 20 plus?
Yeah, a lot of, they're leaving us, and we are losing people because of the pay. If they can get 50 cents more, a dollar more, they're going to go do that. Another thing also that you're seeing is these folks are working hard every day. I mean, it's, as you know, it's one of the hardest jobs in the city to get on the back of a trash truck, heat, cold, all types of weather. And so they're looking, all right, I can make $20 doing something probably less strenuous, so I'm going to go do that. So it is having an impact on existing staff. I will say that the staff we have now are phenomenal, that have stuck with us. We got several long-term employees. Our RTS managers there, Rick Simpson, Louis Alvarez, and Chris Knops, have been phenomenal every day. They've been motivating the staff, encouraging them, hey, we can get the work done. Like I said, we've been collaborating with different departments, trying to pull drivers in to get the routes completed. But these folks really are doing miracles getting the routes done every day. And so we just want to thank them for sticking with us through this challenging times.
Could I, go ahead. I just, one other question. With regard to people being, applying at the city in general, is there, are we requiring, not just, perhaps not truck drivers, but are we requiring like a 4-year degree?
Not. In certain positions, more professional level positions, sure. But a lot of these entry-level positions, just a high school diploma, and we'll take any outdoor type of experience, you know, we'll take anyone. But very few positions in the city do require high school, college degrees. Most of us require high school diplomas.
And that lump of people there, you're not seeing turnover in that? Or I noticed on your chart a while ago, it kind of looked like there was turnover from soup to nuts.
Yeah, all over the organization. So even the professional level positions, the applicant pool is really shrunken. We found a great auditor, but the pool was small, and we had to re-advertise. So it's top to bottom.
Well, you know, for the longest time, all we heard was the employee morale was down because they weren't getting paid right. We've done payment study after pay study, and we did a pretty significant raise, and we're still having the problem. So, I'd like to know what the problem is.
Yeah, the problem, I think, is there's just less people out there willing to work or eligible to work. So that is pretty much the main driver. Also, we're making sure our salaries stay competitive. It looks like we've fallen behind in RTS, and so making sure our salaries stay competitive in certain areas. I'll talk a lot about what we're going to do here, but also another part of the organization that we're going to focus on. So we're kind of getting more focus in certain parts of the organization. So what we're recommending to do for our recycling trash services operators, RTS operators, is to move them from $17.37 to $20 an hour, and that is the market going rate for what we're seeing for operators. All those that are less than $20 an hour are going to move up to that new minimum, and to prevent the compression, anyone over $20 an hour will move 5% as well. So we're hoping by advertising, if we're able to advertise this new hourly rate, we'll be able to attract more folks into the organization. Additionally, what we're doing today, because we can fund the next two items I'm going to talk about through salary savings, is providing sign-on bonuses. So anyone that we hire between now and June will receive a $1,000 sign-on bonus. And then really to, again, thank the staff that has stuck with us and have been working hard under the short staffing that we have today, providing them a retention bonus or incentive to stay with us. So we'll give them $1,000 in April, and then we'll give them another $1,000 at the end of June. And so by doing this, again, we're hoping we can attract and retain the staff in RTS. So a quick recap of what we've done this fiscal year in terms of salaries. We've adjusted employee salaries to match the market. We did that in March of 2022, 3 months early, and that's all thanks to the folks sitting up in front of me. Went out there and implemented the study early. Our employees saw an average increase in 9.5%, and y'all invested $7.5 million in us, and we really thank you for that. That made a difference. In terms of recruitment and resignations, our hiring was up 34% since we've done the study. We've recruited for over 200 people in 2022 compared to about 150 the year prior, and resignations are down 21%, losing 155 people in 2022 compared to almost 200 the year prior. So what we're looking at in trends for FY24, as I just spoke with RTS, wages have continued to grow over the last 12 months as companies are fighting for scarce labor, also fighting inflation. As soon as you all voted to invest in our workforce, we had calls in HR from municipalities all across the state saying, all right, what did Wilmington do? What's your new starting rates? And everyone just went right behind us and did the exact same thing. In some cases, a little bit higher than where we were. So again, it's a very competitive environment. According to SHRM, which is the Society for Human Resources Management's professional organization amongst HR folks, they've surveyed their members, and the average U.S. pay increase is projected to hit 4.6% in 2023. In addition, companies are also adjusting their starting pays. So they're adjusting their ranges anywhere between 2% and 5%, again, to stay market competitive. As Ms. Mortel mentioned, inflation in the job market is showing signs of cooling. We're starting to see some job cuts out there, but that's mainly in the tech sector right now, starting to see some in the financial and retail as consumer spending adjusts to the economic conditions.
Hey, Clayton, I have a question. Mr. Spears is on the line, but he can't communicate right now. Dylan's trying to work on the problem. But he has a question. He says to ask you what you mean by saying people are eligible to work. What do you mean? Ask Clayton what he means by saying people are eligible to work.
So in terms of the position eligibility, so each position we have requirements. Is that what it's referring to? Is the requirements? Position requirements?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Yes, each position we look at and that has minimum qualifications. What does it need? What's the minimum skills, experience, education level someone would need? And so we define that by each position. Most of the entry-level positions, like I mentioned, require a year or less of experience and at least a high school diploma. And as long as you meet those minimum qualifications, you can apply and put you through our process. So I don't know if that answers the question.
Excuse me? or ineligible?
If folks don't meet those minimum qualifications, so if someone applies for a position, they don't have any of the experience that is required, anything related to what the position is doing, then they would be deemed ineligible and we could not move them forward in our process. So looking at FY24 budget salary recommendations, we're recommending a total salary budget of 5%, and 2% of that would be for a market range adjustment. The previous slide, all companies are moving their starting pays to maintain the market competitiveness. So we're recommending doing that, shifting all of our ranges from police, fire, hourly, exempt, all of those ranges 2%. So the starting pays would all move 2%. And to prevent compression and to maintain employee compa ratios, and compa ratio is an HR technical term. It's basically an employee's distance from the midpoint or the market rate, how far they are above or how far they are below. And so to maintain where our employee is today in the ranges, all employees will shift across the board 2% in their ranges. And in addition, after we move all our employees in the ranges 2% and adjust our starting pays 2%, departments will have a 3% average merit budget that they can then use to recognize performance within their department. At the beginning of my presentation, looking at the vacancy rates, I highlighted community services and parks and landscape. We have several vacancies in grounds technicians. A lot of those positions, or majority of those, are grounds technicians at our entry level or N1 grade, which currently makes $15 an hour. So what we've seen is companies have really been aggressive at trying to attract these entry level workers, and so rates have continued to rise. $15 an hour used to be the minimum. Now you'll see $16, sometimes $17 an hour more. So what we're recommending is adjusting our N1 pay grade from $15 an hour to $16.07 an hour. So all those employees that are below that new $16.07 will move up to that new minimum wage, and we can then begin to recruit at that rate and hopefully attract and fill some of those vacancies.
Go ahead.
Okay, you can hear me. Thank you.
Go ahead.
There was two things I was trying to do. I was trying to make sure staff could hear me. So that was a good stopping point. But I also wanted to give you credit for what you just said about the 2% ranges for all positions. As we've been listening to this minimum wage mandate, pretty much, the requirement for everybody to raise the minimum wage to to $15 an hour. You are the first person that I've heard to address the other issue, that by moving everyone below that are underpaid up to $15, what about the people who have made over $15, and how will they look at the other folks who have gotten a pay increase and they didn't? So let me just tip my hat to you for even saying that. I don't know where you got that from. Maybe you're the originator. You invented that. I would, good stuff. But, we don't often hear people talk about that, and that, that's going to be needed. And I don't know, maybe you shouldn't have said that out in the public for someone else to steal the city's ideas, because, it's true. What we've done in the past year or two, everybody has mimicked and raised the bar. So, but yeah, kudos to you for that. Just wanted to share that.
That's true.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that and appreciate council's support. All right. Moving on to our, this thing froze. There we go. Thank you, Dylan. Moving on to our health insurance. So total costs for our medical, dental, and vision and pharmacy have remained flat over the last couple of years, which is a good trend. A lot of our costs, there have been some slight increases in costs, but that's been offset a lot by our pharmacy rebates. We've received almost $1 million in pharmacy rebates, which is phenomenal. We are going to see this upcoming budget year an increase in our admin fees and stop-loss insurance. As you know, the city is self-insured, and so we have hired a UMR to be the processor of our claims, and so they charge us an admin fee for that. We paid the same admin fee for the last 5 years, so this is the first year we're seeing an increase. It's a minimal increase at 3%, which when annually we're looking at additional $10,000 a year for stop loss.
Clayton,
For
a
admin fees.
couple years ago, when we switched over from Blue Cross to AMR, the issue was because we're trying to manage our healthcare costs, and it seems like we're doing a pretty good job, but are we getting the information that you folks need, that the committee that was created to identify where we need to do more work, or what employees that we need to be, that are maybe not taking their pills or whatever, if they're on medicines? Are we looking at that? Are we really diving down into that and really managing it better now?
We are, absolutely. We're getting a lot of good reports from UMR. They send us monthly reports, so we're looking through those. Every year they come on site and they do a deep dive, and we look into our claim spend, our trend, what are our biggest health issues, and what are we covering in terms of prescriptions, and what things can we do to better meet the needs that we're seeing, claims that we're seeing in the organization. So they're a really good partner. They have been.
Tony?
Mr. Mayor, we're also going to, over the course of the coming fiscal year, do a much deeper dive on the cost of insurance to the city, the allocation of that cost, and determine where we ought to be better suited or better positioned for rates with regard to employee family coverage, those kinds of things, just to try to set that off as a separate, almost like an enterprise fund, to be able to try to establish what our costs for health insurance are, and then allocate those within that fund or accounting mechanism.
Mr. Reinbach?
How does the wellness program work within the city now as compared to 2 years ago?
The wellness program hasn't changed too much since 2 years ago. We get, every year our employees go and they get a health risk assessment where they take your height, weight, blood pressure, and draw some blood, and you get your cholesterol and other readings. And as long as you participate in that program, you get I'll say a discount on your premium. And as long as you continue to visit the clinic throughout the year, because depending on how many risk factors you have, you might have to go to the clinic more frequently than others. But as long as you go to the clinic and get that incentive, you will continue to get that discount throughout the year.
What are they accomplishing at the clinic?
At the city clinic?
Yeah.
It's a place that employees can go. They're providing acute care at no cost to the employees. So instead of having to go to your doctor and pay that copay, or if you're on the high deductible, pay the full cost, you can go to the clinic and get the care for free. They also provide disease management, so folks that do have high blood pressure, have weight issues, they can work with them, coach them, counsel them on how and set goals so they can achieve to get healthier.
Okay. How do we get pharmacy rebates? I mean, we're not prescribing anything through the wellness.
Right. So I asked that same question, and so what's happening is that the pharmacies have reduced their dispensing fees, and so because of that, we're getting that money back.
Just for City of Wilmington employees?
Correct. Just for City of Wilmington employees.
Okay. Do you have to personally tell them that you're a City of Wilmington employee? Because nobody's ever asked me.
Are you talking about the clinic, or are we talking about just regular pharmacy?
Where do these pharmacy rebates come from?
They come from, so when you go to a pharmacy, you show them your card, and that.
Any pharmacy?
Any pharmacy, correct.
Okay. Nobody's ever asked for that, and I never knew to tell them that.
Well, you don't need to tell them. It's ran through the claims, and so it's automatic. It's connected that you're connected to our insurance, and so it's automatically processed.
My point is, Clayton, I go to a certain pharmacy. They've never said, "Are you employed at the City of Wilmington?" And I've never thought to say, "Hey, I'm an employee." I didn't know I would be benefiting the overall program by telling them that.
Oh no, you personally wouldn't get a discount. The city would get that discount.
Well, hell, they got to know I work for the City of Wilmington before they get it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, nobody's ever told me, "Are you employed of the City of Wilmington?" And your office has never said, "You need to tell your pharmacy that you're an employee of the City of Wilmington."
Your card, your drug card is coded to the City of Wilmington. So that's the way they know in the background that you're a City of Wilmington employee.
Okay, good. But the clinic is still, I mean, they're not going to dispense any drugs anymore.
They're not. We had very few employees that were taking advantage of that, and in fact, the drugs we were dispensing, a lot of those they could refer, and you can get them at the pharmacy at no cost, because a lot of the maintenance drugs, the city's plan actually covers those at 100%.
Okay, mine aren't, but thank you.
So go back, Tony stole a little bit of my thunder with the benefits evaluation. We are going to focus on that this upcoming fiscal year in FY24, looking at things like what's covered, what's the cost share between the employer and the employee, how much are deductibles, co-pays, what benefits do our employees need, and also going out in the market and saying, are we competitive in the marketplace? So we're going to be doing that study this upcoming fiscal year. If I could jump back up real quick to the admin fees for the stop-loss insurance. The city being self-insured, we do have insurance to protect us from high-cost claimants. The city has a deductible of $210,000 per covered life, so we'll pay the first $210,000. Any claims over that amount, the city is reimbursed. We have had a couple individuals hit that this year. And so they're projecting, based on the conditions, that we'll have 2 more carry over into next year potentially, and so that's what the 5% increase you're seeing there. That equates to about $35,000 more a year. Even with those 2 minimal increases, we're not recommending any change to our employee health insurance premiums for this next fiscal year, which is good news. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I'd like to go back to the 2% adjustment. That will be, the 2% market range adjustment will be for everybody, regardless if they make $15 an hour or $250,000 a year.
That's correct, yes, sir.
Well, 2% is a hell of a lot more money when you're at $200,000 than it is when you're at $15 an hour. Is there any way that that could be graduated, where on the lower scales get more and grade it down as you move up? Because that seems to be where the great deal of turnover is.
Turnover is down, but we do have, I will say, we do also have turnover at our exempt level positions, which are those that do probably make more than folks that are hourly. Last year we did something similar where we graduated it. What that did is it created some compression in some issues, because the folks at the bottom moved up more than the folks that were higher in the range, and so it did create some issues. So what we are recommending is a 2% across the board to keep things, shift everyone evenly across the organization.
We deal with compression at the fire and police all the time.
Correct.
So we have to deal with it. I just think it's unfair to the people on the lower end of the earning scale to be getting the same thing as somebody that's 5 times greater salary than what they're getting. It's my opinion.
Any other questions?
Clayton, could you go back to the turnover slide, please? I want to emphasize a couple of things, if we could.
Sure. This one or the
By
vacancy?
department, thank you. I want to note a couple of things here, because there's some anecdotal stuff I wanted to add that I haven't told Clayton, and so I apologize. But if you'll note that the public services, community services, he's already noted the high turnover rates in those departments. The rest of the departments, if you look at those are all well below 10%. I'm comfortable with a 10% turnover rate, and I know it drives HR folks crazy, but there's need to have turnover in the organization. Last year, when you implemented the pay increases 3 months early, and we are still incredibly thankful for that, it allowed us to begin to collect or to solicit folks from those fields where we were most short. And in the fire and police especially, we have seen tremendous change there. Also, I want you to note that the Chief Williams has told me anecdotally on the side that he's back down to almost a normal turnover rate in the police department. So I think that's important.
If I can add, Tony, for police, it says 33 vacancies up there. He's actually only down 9 police officers, which is unheard of if we read the news in other departments around the state. But we're including in that number folks that are in BLET, and we've also extended several offers to folks that have accepted, so that's included in that number. They're not here yet, but they've accepted and signed an offer letter, so we're only down 9 vacancies there. The ones you see up here are mainly our part-time positions, background investigators, and our police cadets.
And I think that speaks to, one, the payment increase that we gave to the police department, fire department, but also to the leadership leading those various organizations. I mean, that speaks to being able to retain those hires. To Councilman Ravenbark's point, I would like to also see maybe a more nuanced approach to increase those that are below a certain threshold and maybe offering a, 1% over a certain threshold. I think we can get a little more nuanced on our approach to compensation, and it makes sense, especially given the large increase that we saw last year.
Okay.
I also want to address that, but I want to finish this first. In community services, we have seen a significant increase, but still not enough with regard to the tree trimmers. Those were an area where we've been trying to do some rewarding. And also in public services, I think it kind of got missed a bit, that in the coming 3 months, we are going to be using fund balance to give bonuses to folks to be drivers for us, simply because we can't authorize them an increase in pay to $20 an hour without, of course, your blessing that for the long run. So we are using some fund balance and some leftover money to be able to give those bonuses. But the proposal that will come forward to you with your May budget will include increases in hourly amounts from July 1 going forward. The final thing I'd say is I appreciate what you're saying. I asked the same question when we went through this with regard to percentages. But I will say that we did not go up as much on the upper ends last year as we did on the lower ends. And the spacing across the spectrum for increases in pay, if we give everybody 2%, we adjust the scale 2%, we only give them a 1% increase. If they're still not making comparatively what they were making before. In other words, the scale moved 2%, we only moved them 1%, so theoretically they are still, they are not moving in accord with what the value of the job is worth. So that's the reason we said 2% across the board, that it allows you to maintain your value within your pay range of what the job is worth. I understand what you're saying. Appreciate your concerns. Just wanted to let you know what our thought process was.
Thank you all. Appreciate
Thank you. Thank you.
And, excuse me, good job and welcome to your new position.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, man.
Mr. Mayor, you're moving along fast here. Thank you. What we have next on the agenda is Mary Vigue is going to talk a little bit about the Enterprise Fund outlook, and then we're going to turn it over to some of the Enterprise Fund custodians, departmental custodians, to talk about the particular service delivery covered by those enterprise funds.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. So I was going to be after lunch when you were tired, so now I'm before lunch when you're hungry. So I'm not winning either way, I don't think, today. Did want to talk a little bit today about our enterprise funds as a city as we look at our fiscal year 24 budget development process. And I'm going to provide just a brief overview and highlight of them. I do want to, for those that are listening in, just want to remind everyone about what our enterprise funds are, that they are self-supporting. They have a very specific, usually customer base that go with them. They're selling either a service or a good for a fee, and we look at cost recovery there. And in our cases, they are 100% cost recovery in terms of the fee that is charged. And they're very customer focused. It's all about providing that service, and in this case, to our residents and those visiting the city of Wilmington. We have 4 enterprise funds in the city, and you've heard a lot about them: stormwater, recycling and trash, parking, and golf. When we think about the budget process, one thing I think about with enterprise funds is that as we think about the increased cost associated with providing services, there's several options for us when we're going through the budget process in order to continue to meet customer demands. We can either try to provide the same level of service at the same cost, which, understanding inflation, fuel prices, the cost of employees is kind of unrealistic. And so maintaining status quo is usually not an option when we think about our internal services, our enterprise funds, I'm sorry. Then there's other two options, and they are, number one, to look at the actual service delivery itself, meaning do we change the service delivery to reflect our current revenues and either reduce services or find new and innovative ways to do things. And we are continually striving to do that when we think about solid waste, for example, as we move into our automated service over the next few years, that will have an impact and enhance the customer's experience. But the third option, which is the one that we continually do during the budget process, is to review our fees and our schedule to understand what the demand is and what fees we will need to charge and reflect that in the market. But also, because we are government, we do have to think about the impact on the resident itself and on that homeowner. And so we continually do that as we look at our enterprise funds. So just wanted to open with that a little bit, just to remind everyone about what those funds are. So when we think about our 24, I'm going to take a quick look at some of our high-level revenues in these various funds. And so right now, the 24 column reflects what has been requested by our various enterprise funds. And you can see the change along the side in terms of year over year from our 23 budget to our 24 appropriations. And you see some pretty significant increases, and we're going to talk about why that is and what are some of those demands on those service areas. So our golf fund has been doing rather well, and especially since COVID. It seems like everybody wanted to be out in the great outdoors, and so we've seen significant increases in terms of revenues out at Muni. And Amy's going to come up in a little while and talk a little bit more about this. For fiscal year 24, we're looking at a 4.1% projected increase in revenue. And you can see that increase in fiscal year 23 as well. And so we're continuing to see growth out there and demand on services. In terms of our parking fund, I will say that that 500% dip is because of River Place. Back then, in fiscal year 20, we financed the parking deck, and so that's where that abnormality came from. That will fall off next year, hopefully, but you can see where that is from. We are preliminary projecting in fiscal year 24 a 6.3% increase in revenues, and some of that is the continued implementation of the 3-year plan on increases in their fees. And Chance is going to come up and talk about that as well, but as you recall, last year in the budget process, there was a 3-year implementation changes in our parking rates. In terms of stormwater, and you've heard a lot about them already today, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time in there, but you can see that's remaining relatively flat at less than 1%. We did provide that update in the morning, and a lot of this is associated with our capital funding program. In terms of recycling and trash, and you can see there is a projection of a 3.8% growth for fiscal year 24. Dave Mays is going to come up and talk about our proposed fee structure for next year in terms of those, but you do see a growth in revenues projected here, but you also, as you've heard, there is an issue associated with demand in terms of our ability to provide the service, increase cost, and those things. And so as we think about our enterprise funds, we are experiencing expenditure pressures much like we do in the general fund. So we're not immune to inflation. We've seen significant increases in gas over the last couple years, equipment purchases that either have been delayed or actually more expensive. Anecdotally, and I'm not saying this is true, but I heard that if you purchase a new car nowadays, that the monthly payment has gone up to almost average over $700. I heard that on the news the other morning. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. But we're also, as a city, experiencing that increased cost associated with purchasing vehicles and equipments, and along with delays. Clayton talked a lot about the labor market in terms of that shift, what our vacancies, the impact those are having, and how we are trying to have to stay more competitive. Because as we raise our pay, those around us are raising it, and so we are continually trying to look at that and understand that impact. And then as Laura talked about this morning, the impact of the recession or the potential recession, and what that means for us as a city. And so our enterprise funds are not immune to all of this. And so as we look at our rate structures for next year, it's looking at both service demand and the impact on the consumer, but it's also understanding the economic environment that we're currently operating in. So we're going to go through each of our enterprise funds, minus Stormwater, who you've already heard from today, and they're going to talk about some of their pressures, but also their proposed rate fee increases for fiscal year '24. We're going to begin with solid waste and Dave Mays, so I'd invite him to come up and talk a little bit about trash with y'all this morning.
Good morning again. So we'll talk a little bit about the our cost of services for the Recycling and Trash Services Division. We're really trying to make sure we're maintaining the existing level of service. To do so, we need an across-the-board fee increase to balance the fund for next fiscal year. Our most popular service is residential 95-gallon cart, and this increase is going to be about $2.40 for that service per month as an increase. How do we stack up to other private local haulers? For trash service, a private hauler, their 95-gallon service is weekly. Our 95-gallon service is also weekly. For yard waste, there's a stark contrast here. They offer a 95-gallon cart for disposal of yard waste, and they collect that every other week. For city service, it's quite a bit of an increase in that level of service. Our volume is 7 cubic yards, and that's done on a weekly basis. Recycling is the same. Again, it's a 95-gallon cart. It's collected every other week. The same for us as well as the private hauler. Bulky items, things like a couch, piece of furniture, refrigerator, things like that. Private haulers don't offer that service. They leave it up to you to dispose of it. But with the city, we will collect that on a weekly basis as long as you schedule an appointment.
Hey, Dave?
Yes, sir.
Since the unincorporated areas don't offer that, I know that at one time we had a problem with folks that would come into the city and dump their couches and refrigerators on sides of the roads and parking lots. Is that still, I'm sure it's still an ongoing issue, but is it as much as bad as it used to be?
We are certainly not immune to that. As an example, one of the things that we do, we get some assistance from the general fund, is we do a Rover bulky collection. Every other week on a Wednesday, we have staff that come in identified areas, and we target places where, and this is limited to what we see along the roadside. It's not necessarily on private property, but yes, to your point, we are not immune to the fact that people come inside the city and dump along our streets because they know at some point we're going to collect it. We don't want it impacting, we want to minimize the impact to the citizens, the residents, as much as possible.
Gotcha.
But it is still a very valid point and a struggle for us at times.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to give a quick kudos to the city for their bulky service. Everybody knows I recently had a kid. My wife has ordered a lot of stuff, and that makes me kind of clean some stuff out. And I never really had utilized the bulky service before, but I was pleasantly surprised how quick. I mean, I made a call, and then a couple days later, it was taken. It's an impressive service, and a lot of folks don't have that and aren't offered that. So it's a great service to the city.
Well, and thank you for making an appointment, because that's another thing that we do struggle with is we see things out there, we try to identify them. If they're on an appointment, they'll get collected. Those that don't necessarily use our call-in service, it'll tend to sit out there, so.
Well, to anybody who's listening, the call-in service is so easy. I mean, it took a minute to do.
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, I was just going to mention the calling service because I was going to share that if somebody sees a couch or whatever on the street, all they have to do is call in and eventually it'll get picked up. Correct? Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So there is definitely a difference, as you can see, in what the private haulers offer versus what the city offers. The cost of the private hauler is about, right now, this year, it's about $10 more per month. Currently, right now, we're at $28.72 per month. We're proposing to go to $31.12 per month. That still keeps us at $7.50 less than what the private haulers are charging locally. What's driving our cost of service? Our recycling disposal costs are increasing. We came to you in November about the automated side loader modernization effort. Our fleet replacement costs are increasing. Fuel costs as well as labor, and I'll talk a little bit more about each one of these. So if you break down that $2.40 into those four categories, about 36 cents is going towards the ASL modernization project, 66 cents is related to fleet, 28 cents is that recycling disposal cost, 30 cents is related to fuel costs, and 80 cents is related to labor.
Dave? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Could we reasonably expect that, go back one slide real quick, that the collection modernization, once that's implemented, that could result in a cost savings for this department, correct?
And I'll talk about that, well, yes,
Sorry.
I'll talk about that in one of the next slides.
Yep.
In terms of recycling disposal, we're projecting an increase of just under $160,000. We have seen a fairly up and down market with recycling commodities. I was literally just on Wednesday at the Convention Center. The Carolinas Recycling Association Conference was there. The good news is the market is trending in the right direction. The agreement that was signed in 2015 does not necessarily reflect the conditions of today. There's a lot of things that have happened. COVID hit, we've had major hurricane, China withdrew from taking in a lot of the commodities that used to get shipped across the ocean. This agreement is up for renewal. Our agreement is with the county. The county has a separate agreement with Sunoco, and that will be expiring at the end of this fiscal year. So we're looking to re-sign that. It'll be structured differently. Our interest is in really protecting the top end of what we would have to pay in exchange for really not looking to benefit from when the commodity markets are good. So the good news is that the markets are trending in the right direction. It's a slow moving target, but we're moving in the right direction. The ASL modernization is looking at about 36 cents of this $2.40, totaling about just over $200,000. Part of this is related to the increased cost of those trucks. The non-ASL trucks are simply more expensive than a regular Packer truck. We are anticipating an increase in the mortality of our carts, so that inventory is going to have to go up. We're also looking at reclassifying several positions within RTS from a regular operator to a higher level, since this is a different piece of equipment. And then, as you referred to, Mr. Waddell, our temporary labor costs will decrease. We've been conservative this year in planning for that, simply because the trucks are going to roll in here. We're only going to benefit for that for a partial part of the year. Next year, we would be able to probably realize the full benefit of that, which I think this year it's around $80,000 in total reduction for labor. Temporary labor. Fleet costs, that's about 66 cents. Out of the $2.40, $373,000. This is really related to the impact of the lease rates for the 13 Packer trucks that we purchased a little over a year and a half ago. Those trucks have arrived, and those lease payments now will fully include the replacement cost when they had not before. I know that was a question back in November when we were talking about the back in January we were talking about the ASLs. This request that we're presenting to you brings all of those RTS trucks fully into the fleet replacement fund.
Dave, excuse me, you just said these trucks have arrived?
Yes, sir.
Are they on the street now?
I'm sorry, the 13 Packers are new replacement Packer trucks, not the ASL trucks. These are just the Packer trucks that had to be replaced.
And they are on the street now?
Yeah, I believe most of them are, yes, sir. If they're not, they're getting signs put on the side of them now. If we may have them all on the street by now.
All right, thank you.
Fuel cost, about $170,000. Our current fiscal year, we're realizing that we are fairly well under budgeted. Some of that's related to our projections. Some of it's related to the projection that we use to actually calculate the per gallon cost. It's to note the price per gallon went from $3.23 per gallon in FY23 as a projection to $4.65 per gallon. So that's a pretty significant increase. We get this, our fleet manager gets this from one of the federal sources, so it's a fairly substantial increase. We burn about 130,000 gallons of diesel fuel collecting trash and yard waste every year, so it's a pretty significant increase. Finally, labor costs. I'm not going to repeat everything that Clayton said to you, but again, we're CDL. If you're a licensed CDL driver, you're a hot commodity in this market right now. People need folks to drive trucks. So we're currently about $3 below what local haulers are providing their staff to do the same job. So we need to take that into consideration as we move through the budget process. Some of this is the same information that you've heard before. How does this impact our delivery service? We try to get 23 trucks out on the road every day, and that has to have a CDL licensed driver. And with 14 out of our 37 licensed operators out or vacant, that's a very, very thin line that we're walking every single day. And our staff, I can't say enough about how dedicated they are. They're trying to figure this out starting around 4 a.m. in the morning, making sure they have enough people to get these routes done every day. Yard waste, recently, constantly behind. There are days that we do not have enough trucks. We normally would have 8 yard waste trucks on the road. Sometimes we only have 3, and that puts us way behind on a daily basis. So it's very important that we're able to do to respond to this. And these are the same recommendations that Clayton had mentioned to you before in his presentation. I won't go over those.
So I know that I'm sure you folks are out looking for drivers and contacting the community college and work fairs and stuff of that nature, correct?
Certainly. If there's an avenue, we're trying to figure out a way to go down it.
Okay. All right. Gotcha.
Dave, I'll just say, as a very tangential item, it's good to see that we can recycle more things.
Yes, ma'am.
And number 5 now, we can recycle, which are a lot of the yogurt cups and all of that stuff. So you see that on a lot of things, and the people that realize that. I've been now throwing them in the trash, so now we can recycle them. So that's really exciting. What else is there that's new that we can recycle?
Just yesterday, Wednesday, at the Recyclers Convention, they announced an effort to start recycling the paper coffee cups. Those have traditionally not, just like that one, yes ma'am. Those have traditionally been sorted out and disposed of because of the plastic films that go on the outside of the cups, but they are now able to take those cups, and the MRF here on 421 is one of the first MRFs that's going to receive some of the effort to help sort those and put them into the recycling stream, so they'll recycle them.
Does that MRF take all recycling here locally? I mean, even like from a private recycler, it goes to our MRF?
Yes, ma'am.
Or the MRF out there? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Dave.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to ask Chance Dunbar to come forward and give us an update on the enterprise outlook for parking.
Good morning, everyone.
Still morning.
That's it. This morning, right before lunch, got to talk parking fees and EV UCs. Just a quick recap. Last year, the Parking Division recommended a 3-year parking fee, smaller incremental changes over the period of 3 fiscal years. The 3-year plan was supported by the Downtown Parking Advisory Committee. They did, although they supported the 3-year plan, they did want to review it each year during the budget cycle. And they have looked at our benchmarks currently, and are also in support of the FY24 recommendations. In year 1 of this 3-year recommendation, Council did adopt, and the start date of those new fees were August 1st, 2022. Just some quick fee highlights. On-street parking meters increased 50 cents from $1.50 to $2 per hour. The Market and Second Street parking decks, we removed the 90-minute grace period and added a 30-minute grace period. I'd like to thank Councilman Spears for kind of pushing that. We do still get a lot of positive feedback for the remaining 30-minute grace period there. And the first hour became $1. Daily max fee at both decks is $12. The Thursday through Friday evening flat fee is $7. And the monthly fee, the unreserved 24/7 monthly fee, increased from $60 up to $75, and the reserve went up 15 from $110 to $125. Parking lots, similar changes last year or this current year. Daily max and flat weekend fee of $12, and the monthly fee went from $60 to $75. And the convention center, we kind of restructured the overall fee schedule there, and we increased the max daily rate from $13 up to $15. Just some quick data and revenue highlights here. Through Q2 FY23, parking revenues have increased $630,000 year over year. That represents a 28% increase. Although the fees have gone up, activity continues to trend upward. So downtown is doing well. The parking activity is increasing year over year through Q2. Our parking deck transactions are up nearly 6,900 transactions, or a 3.5% increase. And a quick comparison to the grace period, since we made quite a significant change from the 90-minute free grace period to a 30-minute free grace period. With the 90-minute, roughly 33% of the transactions coming in and out of that parking deck were free. Underneath that grace period, that was a huge number. The revised 30-minute grace period is still being utilized, as you can see, but nearly a 50+% reduction there. But still almost 30,000 transactions coming through those parking deck gates still aren't paying a penny to get out in and out of that parking deck. Reminder of some of the benchmarks we use for our parking fee comparisons. Asheville, Alexandria, Charlotte, Charleston, the regional beach communities, just to name a few. And the current benchmarks comparisons, when you look at these averages, Wilmington, this is on street currently. With this year's change, Wilmington's $2 per hour for the parking meters. Benchmark average is currently $2.35, so we are down 35 cents per hour. We've closed that gap since last year, so we're getting much closer to hitting that benchmark. Or if council adopts this year's 50-cent increase, we'll be slightly above that benchmark. Off-street, we were down significantly last year. Even with the increases and changes, we are still down. On average, compared to our benchmarks, we are down $1.16 for the first hour. We are down $6.38 for those daily max fees. And on average, this is a big one here, for the 24/7 unreserved contracted monthly parking, we are down $70.63 per month per parker. That's a big delta there compared to our benchmarks. Yes, sir.
You're saying our rate, our current rate?
Correct. Our $75 monthly fee.
So they're in the 140-50 range.
Yeah, the average across the board is $130.63. Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, there has been some history there. Wilmington as a whole, we are striving to keep that monthly parking rate, a little bit below market and definitely affordable there, because that does affect the workers, the business owners, the merchants. I mean, those are the majority of the folks paying into that monthly parking fee. Some FY24 recommended highlights, 50 cents per year increase for the parking meters. That would take it from $2 per hour up to $2.50. And just a reminder, we were looking to do that 50 cents per year. So next year, we'll be also recommending a 50-cent per hour increase to ultimately land at $3 per hour. No revisions currently recommended at the Market Street, Second Street decks, or the parking lots. If you recall, last year we were making smaller incremental increases in kind of alternating years on the parking decks and parking lots, or majority of the parking decks and parking lots. Some small increases at River Place, the 3 to 8 hour fee, recommending going from $8 to $9, and the 24-hour max from 13 up to 14. And one recommended change at the convention center is the large special event / park concert rate. We are recommended to increase from $15 up to $20 flat rate for the concert parkers. And before we go to the EV use fees, I'd be happy to take a break, answer some questions here, or collectively, take questions at the end.
Yeah, the special events, is that in comparison to other rates that you found across the state?
Yeah, the special event's a tricky one. The special events rates are kind of all over the place. I think somewhere in the 10 to 15 mark is the average, but every city's very unique in that. In terms of the convention center here, is really servicing a large, very successful, very high demand-driven parking environment to the Live Oak Bank Pavilion. So that's really what's driving that. So that's a tricky one in terms of apples to apples.
Okay, and then the last question is, if we are privileged to buy the Thermo Fisher property, will this affect the parking situation?
We're treating Thermo Fisher a little bit separately right now, but the parking rates we're putting on paper and will most likely recommend are going to be very similar to, I would say, River Place's parking rates currently. And most likely a $20 special event rate would be recommended.
Okay.
Sir.
Can you, I didn't see it, but can you slide back? Maybe I missed it. What, do we have I mean, I realize we're trying to make this fund, stand alone and be, I guess, at least break even, profitable, put money aside for savings. But what's our strategy for the hourly worker? I know that we had the rooftop, is it?
Yeah, the
'cause
rooftop-
I mean, that's a lot of those work downtown, and in all the restaurants and bars and such. We haven't heard a lot of it lately, but we used to hear about all the parking. Is our strategy, do we have a strategy? Do we think about that?
Currently, there is a $25 rooftop monthly fee of $25 per month. I think a couple years back, we reduced that from 35 down to 25 based on a lot of feedback we got from business owners, workers, and so on.
Do you sell those?
Yes, that fee, that fee remains in place. There's going to be no recommended change to that fee, within this 3-year period. I think we have a small waiting list at Market Street for that rate right now. I think there's roughly 135 individuals that pay for that rate at the Market Street parking deck. Rough waiting list of maybe 20 interested parties above that 135. And we only have a handful that we've sold at the Second Street parking deck, so there's plenty of availability at the Second Street parking deck.
Do we communicate that to like the DBA and WDI?
Yeah, DBA, WDI, DPAC is a diverse group of stakeholders there, but yeah, it's communicated through them.
Every quarter or something, remind them, we have some, we've got the waiting list here, but we've got some options, another option.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Refresh my memory on the convention center deck. How many of the spaces are earmarked for the embassy, and how many are earmarked for Aloft out of the, I think it's 589 spaces in that deck?
It's 250 for the embassy and 50 for the Aloft.
So you're 300.
So roughly 275 left on the public side.
275 left. And then with the event parking, because I know the community college, and they're very thankful that we have had this great amphitheater, that they're generating some significant revenue. What is their fees?
Currently on the event side, it's 15.
Okay.
And I believe they're watching our recommendation of 20 very closely right now.
Okay. All right. And they use primarily, I know that the lot behind the Wilson Center is their primary lot, is that correct?
Yeah, for events, I believe they've opened up all 3 to the public for the concerts since 2021. I think primarily the student lot is the busiest of the 3 during events, and then probably the one across from the convention center, which is their staffing Nut Street deck.
Okay. And then the property that the city owns between Front and Third, the Gateway Project site, where there used to be some buildings that we took down. I know that there's some parking in that location. Isn't that part of the parking? Special events parking area also?
Currently within the city's parking operation, the only thing we open there for event parking is a little small ADA lot. We restriped, I think it's 926 North Front, one of the smaller parcels there within the Gateway property. We striped and opened up only for events for, I think there's 8 ADA handicap spaces. Outside of that, within the city's properties there, we don't open up to any of the event parking currently, just because of the kind of the shape.
Sure. So that is ADA parking?
There are 8 ADA spaces, yes, right next to the Salvation Army property that we open up, 32 times a year. We started that last year.
And how do you get the people from that lot to the venue?
We met with the Cape Fear Disability Commission on that initiative, and there's an accessible route up 2nd Street / Front Street and down Harnett. There's a pretty hefty drop and incline there right by PPD, but we walked it with the Cape Fear Disability Commission, and they're very content with the distance and the accessible route and so on. Okay. It's at capacity. Since we opened it up last year, it's nearly at capacity.
I'm sure. I know that y'all were going to be looking for some additional spaces down there, possibly for ADA. Have you had any success with that?
Outside of the potential PPD acquisition, I think we're working on a few options. I think if the PPD acquisition does come to fruition, that will add nearly 40 to 50 ADA spaces.
Ms. Amy, she can answer that.
We are currently in negotiations with the Pier 33 group to open up some ADA spaces in their garage, so that would be the closest to the park, and actually have a meeting with them on Monday to continue those negotiations.
The new deck there, at the, I guess it's called the Metropolitan, the one that's adjacent to the park?
We had planned on negotiating with them as well with the acquisition of the PPD property. If that comes to fruition, there's less of a pressure to do that.
But we have, I guess, a pathway into that particular deck.
Yes.
That's great.
Mr. Mayor, in addition to Amy's comments, both of those private decks down there, the Kettler that's about to open and Pier 33, they're both going to have, I think, roughly 75 to 80 public allocated spaces that are soon to be opened during those events. So there'll be an additional public allocation there of ADA spaces.
That's fantastic. Great. That's good. What's the condition of all of the other decks? I know that especially the one here at Second Street, we put some significant money into that one. Moving forward, what is those decks, the conditions? look
Second
like?
Street deck, we just put in roughly $2.2 million rehab project. Lots of structural integrity, concrete, stair repair. And the final piece of that, we have an LED lighting retrofit coming. On that deck, that was kind of the worst of the worst on the repairs. And speaking with our engineers, we're going to do an updated visual structural survey at the beginning of FY24, and based on discussions with them, we're budgeting an additional $600,000 worth of kind of next phase repairs at Second Street of some of the stuff that wasn't included in the current phase. Market Street deck, we're about to commence a brand new structural survey with our engineers, and I think previous fiscal years, we created a project. We've got budgeted roughly $600,000 in that project. Market Street's in very good condition, considered it's now a 17, 18-year-old parking deck. Waterproofing, minor concrete spalling, stuff like that. Nothing of urgency, which is good. Same with the convention center. We're about to engage with our engineers for an updated visual survey. Known repairs there, waterproofing, minor concrete work, and there's some stair corrosion that's going to have to be worked on there.
And I would imagine that you probably have had some discussion with maybe the county folks. If Project Grace ever happens, that deck, I understood that some of that deck was going to be used for that project. Have you had any discussions with them in the event? I know that deck was primarily built for the court system. I know a lot of the jurors and everybody parked in that particular deck. Have you had any discussion with them about that possibility ever happening?
Not recently, since I think plans have kind of changed on that side, per my understanding. Since toward the beginnings of the Project Grace, the initial plans, we have, at least on my level, we haven't had any current conversations.
Well, I would hope that we engage them if and when that project happens, because I think there will be a lot of that parking in that deck will go toward that private side.
Yeah, we're still looking at a fairly healthy open capacity at Second Street Market and even River Place currently, so.
Okay. All right. Very good. Any other questions?
All right, next up, electric vehicle charging use fees. Let me preface this with I am far from an electric vehicle expert here, and I had a lot of help here from the public service team, Mr. Dave Mays and David Ingram. I think they did the brunt of this work, the brunt of the data collected, and a lot of input here as we got to these recommendations in front of you today. Just some quick history. The previous 5 years, the city's installed 7 EV charging stations at the available public parking decks here in downtown Wilmington. We've installed 1 level 2 charger at the Market Street deck. We've installed 2 DC fast chargers at the Market Street deck, 1 level 2 at Second Street, and 2 level 2 chargers at River Place. Prior to the two DC fast chargers at Market Street, and the graph here on the right is representative of River Place. It's representative of Market Street, but comparable to what we're seeing at River Place or it's seen at River Place and Second Street. With just the level 2 chargers, the electricity usage and the electricity cost is pretty flat, pretty static with those chargers. It's a slower charge, using less amps, and ultimately is less electricity and less cost on those chargers, roughly $100 per month in energy cost there for the level 2 chargers. As you can see here, once we installed those faster, stronger, using more volts and amps DC fast chargers, we saw a significant increase and big spikes in not only the kilowatt hour per month, but also our cost. Electricity costs has gone up nearly 43% at the Market Street deck alone once we installed those DC fast chargers. It's roughly $2,000 to $2,400 per month. So ultimately what we're trying to do here is a cost recovery fee for these usage. We're trying to break even based on the energy usage and what we're getting charged by Duke Electric, as well as put back a small percentage for future charging purchases, future repair and maintenance, and so on. The DC fast chargers, we are recommending a 35 cents per kilowatt hour use fee for these units, as well a $2 per hour dwell time fee with a max dwell time fee of $25 per session. And we are recommending a 15-minute grace period in between that end of charging and $2 per hour dwell time fee, just to give folks a small window to finish the charge, get back from the shop they're shopping at or the restaurant they're sitting at before that extra $2 per hour dwell time fee is initiated. And the goal here of that dwell time fee is to keep someone from sitting in that very prime parking space at the Market Street deck for 7-8 hours at a time and really hogging and utilizing that charger for themselves while there's a heavy demand coming behind those vehicles. So we're trying to make it, a quick turn so we can offer usage of these chargers to as many folks as possible. The 35 cents per kilowatt hour use fee is going to equate to roughly $9 to $11 per session, based on the data that we've seen over the last 12 months for the DC fast chargers. So EV owner pulls in, plugs into the DC fast charger, rates get implemented. For roughly a 30 to 45 minute charge time, it's going to cost them $9 to $11, depending on how low their battery was at the time, and how long they're plugged into that unit there.
I've also heard people say it's also conditioned on how old the battery is. The older the battery, the slower time.
I believe so. Yeah, there's a lot of variables there, and we can throttle the amps up on the actual charger too. We've got it throttled down to I think 50 amps. I think we can go up to 60 or 70, but we've kind of hit our capacity with the actual electrical devices we're getting energy from currently. So we've got it throttled down, which slows things down just a little bit and saves us a couple bucks.
Also, your comments about somebody hogging the state, how do you regulate that? I mean, is that going to require somebody hands-on to say, move it along, buddy? Or?
Well, come July 1st, if these fees are adopted by council, we will regulate it with a very high cost to sit there and use that space. So after they're done charging, after say 35 minutes, they've got a full battery, it's then going to cost them $2 per hour in addition to the daily parking fee. So we're hoping the cost here will push folks along.
Gotcha.
And if not, it's going to cost them $25 to kind of sit in that space all day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sir, Mr. Waddell?
Well, the proposed fees, we anticipate that they'll adequately reimburse the city's cost to operate, energy costs, things of that nature.
Yes, sir. Based on the data we've pulled from current use, it's a break even plus a few percentage points based on what we're working with now.
Hey, Chance, just out of curiosity, I would imagine if you're buying an electric car, there's something on your dashboard that tells you where these EV stations are?
Yeah, in most cases, there's apps available, and in our case, the city's case, our units are ChargePoint units. That's the brand and manufacturer, and when you have that ChargePoint app, it'll tell you exactly where their chargers are and whether they're available at that time when you're looking at the app, or if they are being utilized at that time.
And all of ours are in the decks?
Correct. Yes, sir.
I'm just curious, when you go to Mayfair, Tesla put a bunch of EV charging stations out there. It can only be used for a Tesla.
Correct. Yeah, ours are open sourced. Anybody with that ChargePoint app, which is free to download, can pull in and use that charger.
So anybody? And you're seeing a significant amount of use in them?
Absolutely, yeah.
And you think that we'll need more in the future?
Most likely, yes.
And are they in one specific area? I know that they're in the first level there when you come into the deck, on the Market Street deck.
Market Street's first level, Second Street's first level. River Place is on level 3 and 4 where our public spaces are. We're looking to put one in the convention center here shortly, and that's going to be on level 3 where most of those public spaces begin. A lot of times, depending on where the public spaces are, but if we can, such as Market and Second, we're installing those things where we can run a very short line of conduit from those breakers, because the closer they are to the electrical backup and the breakers, less money we're going to spend to install them and less conduit we're going to run.
And that is the only place in downtown that has EV charging stations?
Per my understanding, yes.
Interesting. Okay.
Do we have any surface lots?
With chargers?
Yes.
Currently, no. It's interesting you mentioned that. We've gotten a few calls recently with some monthly parkers that are either parking at Hannah Block and or the Second Street Ligon Flynn lot that now have an electric vehicle, and they are asking that question of, when can we get a charger over here? So we're looking at it.
Okay, good, because you see Whole Foods, Target, different other surface lots for businesses have them, so it seems like maybe that's something we better, sounds
Yeah.
like you're looking at it.
I think after the convention center, those 2 surface lots are going to be next in line.
Anybody else?
Real quick, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead.
Level 2 charging fees, recommended 19 cents per kilowatt hour, the same $2 per hour dwell time. And in this case, since it's a slower charge, less amps, less throttle, average cost to the user there over roughly a 4 to 7 hour charging session would be $2 to $4 per session. That's in addition to the posted daily parking fees at each individual facility. And that's it. Happy to answer any further questions related to the EV use fees and or previously on the 3-year parking fee recommendation.
I think we're fine. Good job, thank you.
Thanks.
Scott?
Mr. Mayor, we have Amy Beatty who's going to give us an update on the Golf Enterprise Fund, and then we'll break for lunch.
Hello again. There are just 2 short slides between
Us and lunch.
you and lunch. Am I driving this? Several years ago, City Council advised staff that their desire would be for rate increases at the municipal golf course to be implemented more often, but at a lower incremental rate than traditionally we had done. And so with that, this year, we are recommending a $2 across-the-board greens fee increase, with the exception of the city employee rate, which will increase by $1, which will keep it at 50%, as we've traditionally done. And based on the number of rounds that we're currently experiencing, we're projected that that will result in $120,000 in projected revenue. The advisory board has supported city staff's recommendation of the $2 increase. And if implemented, it would support a few things. The city recently received an assessment and resulting report from Cherry Beckert on a risk assessment that they performed, and they're recommending that we add a position to the interior clubhouse, which we have not done When we've seen over the past 6 years, increase in budget by 50% and increase in play by 45%, we've not added any staff to the clubhouse. And in order to better manage inventory and make sure we're adhering to sound financial practices and having appropriate segregation of duties, we're recommending that either fiscal support specialist or business manager be added. That would be supported by this revenue. Additionally, we're increasing our request for purchase for resale. With the completion of the clubhouse renovation, coupled with just a different demographic that we're seeing in terms of customer, with younger people increasing play out there, we're selling a lot more stuff, and we're selling a lot more food, we're selling a lot more beverages. So we've actually moved money twice this year into that purchase for resale line because of the amount of merchandise that we're selling and food and beverage that we're selling. So with that will come additional revenues, obviously. And then increase in consumables, fuel, utilities due to inflation. We also now have a service contract on the clubhouse because we added an alarm to that building during the renovation. Importantly, we need to keep looking at rate increases in order to support our future capital needs. Mr. Rivenbark asked this morning if, we are a true enterprise fund, and we are in terms of operations, but we have $3.5 million in known capital needs, and we're going to have to figure out a way to pay for all of those, and I don't know that they can all come from unassigned fund balances, but we do need to keep increasing revenue so that we can stock some of that money away. Besides the irrigation project that we've talked about, we also have a need to replace the cart barn that was originally in the 2016 bond scope, and we had to eliminate that due to budget. So replacing the aging cart barn. We have a fairway drainage project that we would like to complete, fairway sprigging and sodding project, cart path replacement, and dredging of the irrigation pond are some of the things on our radar. So with that, I will try and answer any questions that you have.
Well, I guess my question is, you've had 2 golf courses that have closed, Echo Farms and the Cape, which I'm sure have helped our overall play. From what I understand, there's a large waiting list for people to try to get into private clubs.
Yes.
And with all that, and with 60,000 rounds, and with the community in the region growing, I know that we have always tried to keep the rates low so it could be affordable for the citizens of the community. But with the additional play that we're seeing, and I know that we've held the line on this, and the demands for maintaining a course continue to go up. And it's an old course, built in 1926. I would hope that we continue to look at those revenue streams in different ways that we could raise revenues. I know that the Golf Course Advisory Group wanted a grill room, but that wasn't doable. We didn't do it. Do we have any opportunity there for? I know that I think I've seen food trucks that park there, and I'm sure we charge them something to do that. Correct?
Yes, we do. There's a flat fee that is charged for those food trucks.
Okay. And so you folks look at those rates every year, annually, or I know there's a sensitivity to it, but I think with the demand that we're seeing and the play that we're getting, and if this continues, I mean, we could see close to 70,000 rounds.
In terms of two points to the questions that you're asking, we are looking at an additional revenue stream in terms of beverage service that I hope to bring to council in May. And then in terms of the amount of play and the increasing in revenue that we need to be looking at, we just increased fees last year $2, and so we're doing that 2 years in a row, which historically we would not have been able to survive the backlash with that. And so I think we do need to continually look at every year, do we need to raise rates? Certainly, COVID undoubtedly had an impact on the number of rounds that we're seeing, not only at Muni, but I'd say even more so at Inland Greens. But in addition to that, and the closure of other courses, I think we've just raised the bar in terms of the atmosphere there with the Greens renovation project in 2014-15, and then the clubhouse renovation now. That our standards, I think, are just higher now, and the public that's playing out there is enjoying that. And so, you know, and we have our 100-year anniversary coming up in a few years, and so I think we need to look strategically at how we're getting some of these capital projects done.
Well, and maybe not so much from the green fees. I know that we have to look at them because that's where the bulk of the revenue comes from. But other ways that we can raise revenue, like having a golf cart that goes around that sells beverages, like some courses do, and with the amount of play there. And I have seen people literally stop and go to the VFW hall, there's a bar in the back, and pick up beers and come back to their carts. And that happens all the time. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't be giving that secret away, but I see that happening a lot. And I'm just wondering, wow, that's an added revenue that we're losing, and I'm glad the VFW is also making money on. That's great to hear. But I'm sure you folks are looking at other ways to generate revenues besides just the fees, correct?
We are. We had a beverage cart out there, I want to say, in the early to mid 2000s, and it did not go. It didn't generate a profit, but in having conversations with the advisory board, they and staff agrees that we just have a different clientele out there now, and we believe that it would be profitable if we tried it again. It was important for me to ask for that new position to work inside the clubhouse with this budget submittal, but we'll continue to look at that, and you'll probably see a request next year for that, because we would have to add personnel in order to facilitate that.
Gotcha. Appreciate it.
Amy, do you work with the management over there to kind of, when you look at the food and beverage and the merchandise kind of in silos, I mean, outside of the greater budget, like, you know, are operating as the food and beverage function, are the margins, so I'm going to the same place the mayor is, keep the rates down on the golf as much as possible, but are we giving away our food and beverage is the question. I mean, I'm not saying I want it to be super high, but is it a normal margin for I don't know what a normal margin is for a restaurant or a bar or whatever, but or even a convenience store. I mean, I'd just be curious. Same way with the merchandise.
Yeah, I think with the merchandise, we're at market in terms of what we're charging. I think there is room to go up on our food and beverage.
Do we allow private coolers?
No. Does it happen sometimes? Yes, but we have a policy of no outside food and beverage.
Well, I mean, I just hope that's pointed out, that, I mean, that right there, if we make that money up, then their rate doesn't go up as fast, so.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Something else is kind of an unintended is you have problems with parking. Because, I mean, you're doing that many rounds, and on days like today, it's packed and they're parking anywhere they can, which is understandable. And I don't think we reduced our parking with the new renovations. It's more organized, but that's definitely.
We added some.
Yeah, that's the problem. We've got the old, what I used to always call the old fertilizer building, that little gray-looking thing out of medieval history. I used to load fertilizer in there, and then the fire station, and everything's being utilized. It's a nice piece of ground, but it comes with problems. And you know, the first tee, it takes up, you know, valuable space. But I really do believe this day and time, if you put a beverage cart out there with the right person running it, it'll be a moneymaker. I'm telling you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I was going to just ask, and Charlie just mentioned the first tee, so we still have that program out there.
Yes.
They're still doing that.
Yes.
Okay, and then the second question I was gonna ask, you keep using the term different clientele. Explain, does it mean you got?
Younger.
Younger, okay.
Yes.
I thought it meant different clientele, like maybe more people with money. But you're saying different clientele as in age,
Primarily.
so medium age, what do you say?
I couldn't answer that. Yeah, a lot of young people, my son included, started playing golf during COVID just because kids were trying to find something to do.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
All right, Amy. Good work. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, we'll break for lunch, but I want to break for lunch on some good news. I've just gotten a text from Jeff Hovis, who serves on the Wilmington Housing Authority. He has let me know that thanks to the wisdom and leadership of you and your colleagues on the council, 100% of the residents of WHA are now out of hotels.
Thank goodness. Congratulations. Good to hear. It's good to hear. Thank you. Okay. We've been in the saddle now for 3.5 hours, so we're going to break for lunch. The session here, and I'm going to take a roll call. Mayor Pro Tem, you here? Here. Councilman Reinbach, you here? Councilman Anderson, you here? Councilman Barnett, you here? Here. Councilmember Spears, are you here?
I'm here.
Okay, Councilmember Waddell, you here?
Here.
And the chair's here. So we're here and accounted for. Tony?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've got a last item on this agenda. This is an update from Chad McEwen regarding the acquisition of Thermo Fisher property.
Good afternoon. Got a lot of information to go through with you. Not a whole lot of slides, but there is some meaty information in here. So feel free to interrupt me, ask questions, provide us any feedback that you feel is pertinent. Just a brief overview again, reminder of what this property entails. 4 separate and distinct areas and properties, so to speak, including the tower, surface lot, the undeveloped tract to the north, as well as the parking deck. In terms of a timeline update, we're on schedule in regards to all key components of the project timeline. All benchmarks to date have been met, and we had tentatively have a closing scheduled for July 13th. In terms of our first phase of due diligence, again, these were the original components of due diligence we discussed with the council when we decided to enter into a contract for the purchase of the Thermo Fisher property. All of these components, but for the last one, have been completed. The last one, which is the building condition assessment, all that field work was completed the second week of March. The preliminary report has been completed as well, but is going through internal quality control right now with Terracon. We anticipate the full report deliverable being provided to the city by April 7th. We've had a couple conversations with our project manager with Terracon, Michael Pfeiffer, and gone over some of the components of the building condition assessment. Those components, including the final report and as well as the appraisal report, will remain confidential until such time as the closing or the contract is canceled for the purchase of the property. Yes, sir.
Did the appraisal, was it just appraised as one big unit? I mean, did we have any breakout on the surface lot and the developable property to the north?
Yes, sir. There was a breakout of the tower, the individual lots, the parking deck, as well as the furnishings, since we were purchasing the property furnished. So all those unique components were factored in.
Say that again?
The appraisal included the overall comprehensive property that we're purchasing, and then it broke down the building value, the tower value, the northern tract to the south, the undeveloped tract to the north, as well as the parking deck. So it broke out the components as well as the total package. And then also they factored in the cost of the furnishings that were provided in the sale.
So is the red and the yellow, is that appraised value somewhere in here, or can you get us that?
I can provide that appraised value. I think I've provided
Confidentially or whatever?
I'll send it to you confidentially.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Again, a reminder of what the components, the building condition assessment consisted of. Asset inventory, again, for the purposes of knowing the personal property that's in the building that's part of the purchase, the overall condition assessment of the components of the building, as well as the parking deck. The O&M analysis, as well as the CapEx forecasting, are all being finalized right now. The Brownsville compliance reviews have also been completed and are undergoing that quality control process as well. With most of the components of due diligence phase 1 being complete, we've transitioned, at least from our purposes, into a phase 2 in the context of not so much determining whether or not the purchase is a good idea, but assuming that the purchase is going to go through, what components need to be, the next phase of due diligence need to be addressed for us to not only purchase the building, but occupy the building and become a landlord, so to speak, of tenants in the building. First step is going to be the space needs allocation plan. We have received a proposal to conduct that plan for us and the field work associated from LS3P. Right now, our plan is to occupy floors 7 through 12. There are components of the other floors, which is in a later slide, that the city would have a presence on, but those would be the floors primarily housing city employees, city staff. In terms of operations plan, obviously a building that size, as complex as that building is in terms of an operations standpoint, there are going to be a number of people that either need to be contracted or hired by the city to run it. Currently, there's a staff of about 8 people that run that building from an M&R standpoint. Those people also include front desk staff who double as security during the day, and then contract employees after hours for security, 24-hour coverage of the security of the building. We're also working on a transition plan with Thermo. In an ideal world, we close on the 13th, and when lights go out that day, the next day they come on, we're running the building and operating it. There are logistical challenges with that, but Thermo Fisher and their staff have been great to work with in terms of understanding that this is going to be a process. It's not a end-of-the-day, workday situation. We're working with their HR and going to set up meetings with our HR, their attorney staff, as well as our attorney staff to work out those details in the coming weeks. There was some discussion earlier with Ms. Mortel about the operating expense or anticipated operating cost of that building. The way we conducted this, we did internal analysis. First of all, we asked Thermo to provide us with a budget of what it costs to run that building. That number came back roughly in the $3 million range. Now, that includes all the M&R staff, operations, security, and every component of the contractors and operating cost for the building. We then did independent analysis of the information provided by Thermo, came back roughly at the same number. The third component of that is the M&O or O&M analysis that Terracon's doing, and again, that report should be provided to us by the end of next week. Then we'll have a firm number that we feel confident in and being evaluated from 3 different angles by 3 different entities, providing that to budget and finance and developing an overall departmental budget for operating that building. One thing that we do anticipate in terms of that cost, again, $3 million is a large sum to inherit. There will be substantial rental income provided to offset that. Again, Thermo Fisher is going to occupy 2 floors, floors 5 and 6, annual income of approximately $1.8 million to offset that $3 million of operating cost. The next component of due diligence phase 2 that we're undertaking is a RFP related to property leasing. One very challenging part about this, and honestly something that I have no experience in, and limited experience with other staff members, is understanding the market, understanding the complexities of drafting leases related to Class A office space, making sure that the tenant management component is in place. Recruitment, we've done some targeted, I'm going to say targeted recruitment, but targeted soliciting of local entities, mostly public entities in this area, to gauge their interest. We need to cast a broader net. We need to let professionals that do that for a living conduct those type services for the city. So we're drafting that RFP now, and will be provided in the coming weeks for public consideration. Space allocation, again, something very important that we need to pin down to move forward with the space needs or space assessment and allocation plan. This is a breakdown of the building that includes not only the parking deck P1 and 2, but the ops and mechanical square footage. Overall, there's a lot of information on this slide, so I apologize. Overall, the building is about 518,000 square feet. Now, that includes all conditioned and unconditioned space. You see that first column, the yellow, factors in thermo occupying floors 5 and 6. P1 and P2, essentially what we've done in terms of a rough parameter for the parking underneath the building is allocate 20 spaces per floor for any tenant. So Thermo Fisher received 40 spaces for 2 floors underneath the building. So that allocation of space is reflected in the P1 and P2 column. Also, same logic applies for the city, for the floors that we would occupy. That allocation of space in P1 and P2 is reflected there. Main level 1, we would have a presence there because a lot of main level 1, about between a third and half of that square footage on main level 1 is going to be common area space consisting of the cafeteria area, the conference center space, the foyer and lobby area, as well as the area that we're going to designate as the clinic. Office level 3, the city clerk's office would occupy that space on floor 3 because there's an existing file storage, fire suppressed, protected area there for the sensitive files and records kept by the clerk's office. And then also reflecting ops mechanical area, even though there's no office space there, that would be square footage controlled by the city on level 13. If you look at that third column, that is gross square footage. The third column at the bottom, 157,000 square feet, we anticipate being available for lease space. When you break that down, that's going to be about 120,000 square feet between those remaining floors, 1 through 4. In terms of staffing, currently Thermo Fisher has, again, a maintenance and operations staff of about 8 people. We have had several conversations, lengthy conversations with their staff. We feel like that we should follow the same model in bringing those positions in-house rather than contracting that service out. We have developed this framework that we're going to follow in terms of bringing those people on. We're going to follow the standard protocol of creating the positions, the job descriptions, and advertising them. But we feel like this plan, this staffing plan listed here, will cover all our needs in terms of running that building and meeting the tenant needs of the folks that occupy the building. That also includes the contract employees, current contract employees that consist of the 2 front desk employees or attendees, and it's got 2 security guards up there, but there's actually 3 on staff. Those 2 listed are Monday through Friday, and then they have what they call a floater on the weekend hours to after hours for the building.
Hold on.
Yeah, got a question, I'm sorry. Are we considering using the people that they have, or are we thinking more toward training our own folks?
We have made it known, and, you know, it's a delicate conversation to have, but the firm has been very cooperative with us and given us access. We've made it known that our intentions are to bring these positions on staff and have had, and highly encouraged those folks that are employed there now to apply for those jobs. There's a lot of institutional knowledge, a lot of specialized experience. As city staff, we understand and appreciate that and are going to work very hard to try to utilize that knowledge.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Again, the available space is approximately about 120,000 square feet of available space. Thermo Fisher, again, 60,000 between floors 5 and 6 and $1.8 million annually. If you use the 120,000 square foot factor and you base rental income on 32 to 35, you come up with a base rate, annual generation rate of about $3.84 to $4.2 million annually. Again, that's fully leased out, which probably will take us some time, but you can see that quickly when you factor in that number plus the 1.8, we can cover expenses and have a sinking fund for capital expense that we anticipate related to future ownership of the building. Again, discussing the outside assistance needed, we honestly lack the internal capacity and expertise to handle the leasing components. It's very complex, as you know. Several of you are involved in real estate and understand those complexities far better than I do. We understand our limitations and have made the decision to issue an RFP to secure those services for the city. That's all I have, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Waddell.
Chad, appreciate you guys adding this to the agenda. It's obviously a major acquisition, and I thought it was important to have some update, one for council while we're all in the same room, but also, you know, for the public at large to see what we're doing here. I do have a few items that are operational in nature, that are outside of the financial implications with regards to the CapEx, which are real, or the APEX that we're still kind of getting through. I think that they're going to be critical to the future success of the operational aspects of the acquisition. First is, it's my opinion that the city should occupy the floors that are least attractive to the open market. To me, those are the lower floors, and in order to do that, in order to get the highest dollar per square foot return that we can to the taxpayer, you had a range of about 3.8 to 4.2. I think we get closer to that 4.2, the higher we go up for the dollar per square foot. I was really happy to see that we're looking to do a RFP for the leasing component. I think that is also critical. The city is certainly shouldn't be in the real estate leasing business, and we need to contract with commercial real estate professionals that have local knowledge and reach beyond our local, casting a wider net. So whoever is contracted should be expressly told which floors they're going to be leasing, to put together a marketing plan to generate the highest return to the taxpayer. I think that's wildly important as well. And then the other item was retaining the existing maintenance team, which it looks like you guys are well ahead of. So I think we're 2 out of 3, but I think it was worth discussing leasing out those highest dollar per square foot floors, which to me are the higher level. I think that's going to be really important to the future success of this project. A couple points which I want to make about what led us to those floors. In terms of our preliminary conversations, and I think the number's about 18 entities that we've engaged and asked about potential space, I would say that there's legitimate, serious interest by probably 10 of those in space in the building. Because of the nature of their use and their square footage needs that they've stated to us,
those lower floors have been more appealing. For example, I can't get into specific details, but one of the users is going to be very public, potentially users is going to be very public oriented. They want to occupy lower floors. One of the users is particularly interested in floor 2 because it's 40,000 square. They want to occupy one floor because they have some security and sensitivity issues. They want to occupy one floor, and level 2 is the closest thing to their needs in terms of 40,000 square foot. Other reasons internally that we've discussed about these floors being targeted, again, continuity of us being kind of in that same column, 7 through 12. As you're aware, more than likely, floor 11 has the large patio. We've discussed the possibility of making that I would say necessarily a public space, but a space that's not only available to the city, but tenants of the building as well as maybe the larger public as well. That's facilitated by us being the tenant on that floor. If you have a private tenant on floor 11, it'd be very difficult probably to convince them to allow people to go out on that patio. There's been also discussions about the generator that runs that building and the fact that if we are planning on being a 24-hour operation 7 days a week, even when commercial power goes out, the benefits of us being able to provide power to floors is aided by us being together on floors. The upfit cost is another component. We looked at these floors in terms of what we understood as our needs for office spaces. They will require the least amount of upfront capital to get us in the building. As you get on these lower floors, and it was part of the reason Thermo picked 5 and 6, they're big bays of maybe 100 or more cubicle spaces. That would require substantial investment from the city to get our staff in those spaces to operate properly in those spaces. So a lot of reasons that floors 7 through 12 were looked at, but certainly there is merit to what you're saying in terms of getting the most financially from the higher floors.
And I would, all those are reasonable. I would say the majority of what I'm hearing, though, are it's going to take some more upfront expense to upfit them to our needs. But I place recurring revenue higher than upfront expense. And floors 5 and 6 that are going to be occupied by Thermo Fisher are only going to be occupied by Thermo Fisher for a finite amount of time. So I think we should look heavily at and I'll continue to advocate that we look heavily at occupying the lower floors, the less attractive floors, especially once we've engaged professional leasing company to take a look and see. They may be able to tell us what our dollar per square foot looks like floor over floor. I just think we should maintain an open mind with that.
Well, at this point, this is kind of a critical path item because we can't engage LS3P to tell us what the upfit costs are going to be until we tell them which floors to look at. So welcome any other
I
consensus.
beg to disagree with Luke. We're going to be there forever. Tenants are going to come and go. A 5-year lease is a 5-year lease, a 3, 5, 10. They're going to come and go. We're going to be there forever. We need to be on the up floors all together for the first time in the history in my short history of Wilmington. So from where I sit, we take the top floors, that's Class A office space from top to bottom. We're going to get the best dollar that's out there on this market in an area that's where the synergy is in our town now. So people, I know for a cold hard fact that there is much interest that probably hasn't come to you or your group in that building on any of the floors. Thank you.
Ms. Haynes?
I would say, too, and Charlie said some of what I was going to say, since we're not only the owner, but we are the permanent tenants, and that there will be transition on the floors that we rent of people coming and going. I brought this up in the very beginning, that perhaps we should lease out the floors that would be more expensive. But in further thought about that, I do believe that since we're not only the owners, but that we are the permanent tenants on those floors, that there is an advantage to all being together and to taking those, the floors, whatever it is, 7 through 12. So I understand that perspective, and it just through further thought, I believe what you all have outlined is advisable.
Sanders.
Chad, a couple things, some along the same lines as Luke's line of questioning and thought. I mean, we talk about continuity, and we say that, we're going to need some on the first floor. It looks like the clerk's going to be on 3, period, right? So I understand why, Margaret. I'm just saying, so there's not going to be continuity in this scenario. She's going to be, she or he or whoever down the road is going to be off on their own, kind of like it is now. The other piece of this, some of these are questions I wrote down, just little ones I've been getting, we've been getting in email form. I assume they're to council. Are like, let's start with, say, like at 305 right now, you can come in and pay trash bill, different kinds of bills. Is that a first floor function here? Or?
Correct. We've had discussions with Ms. Moretti. There would be and as well as CFPUA about providing space there on the first floor for them as well. And that's factored in that space on number 1.
And you mentioned the clinic also, right?
Correct.
The conference center that you discussed, that's second, first floor?
I'm sorry, the what?
The conference center area?
The conference center, that is on first floor as well.
And we've had I guess there's been that's the area where we've had some discussion with the convention center, right?
Correct. Convention center operator's been through there, and we have discussions about using that as overflow or supplemental space to the existing convention center. You
covered one of these. I mean, this is going to be a market rate competitive situation. We aren't doing any subsidizing, or is all market rate and through a third party, which that was another question, which has already been covered. I've gotten the question about taxable, the lease space, because we own the building, it's going to be pay no property taxes, not even the leased floors, right?
In terms of the real property or personal property?
Real, like property taxes.
We'll own the building, so it's, and I'll defer if I'm incorrect, but it won't be condoed out, so there won't be any real property ownership of the tenants.
Okay. And then I suppose we have our other, when in conversation with citizens to talk about some of the trade-offs of being able to ultimately sell properties we will not need anymore.
Correct.
Do we have any appraisals there? I guess we do.
Are you talking about
305, for example?
Yes, we have full appraisals, updated appraisals for all our property that we would vacate and divest of.
Okay. That along with the earlier request for the can you put that in some kind of confidential email till this thing's put to bed?
Those appraisals are confidential, is that right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Everything appraisal-wise and this study.
The first email was confidential.
Will all be confidential.
I just want to be able to tell a citizen that, there's a plan here, and that making up some of the cost of the building, as well as they say, well, you're taking that off the tax rolls. Well, we're going to put all this back on the tax rolls. So there's trade there, and a lot of that property, well, some of it anyway, is likely to be upgraded from what it is now, and that property value go up. So these are just little questions that I felt like I knew the answer to, but I wanted to see what your answer was. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have just a little bit of follow-up. Obviously, I agree that as the owner of the property, we're going to be the permanent user of the property and of the space that we inhabit. But to me, that really just solidifies the position that we need to leverage the most attractive space to get the greatest return to the taxpayer in perpetuity. If we occupy those top floors in perpetuity, which is basically what's being expressed, then we're going to lose out on, in my opinion, tremendous amount of money for decades to come to get returned to the taxpayer and returns to that delta on $1 per square foot for the most attractive space. So I understand the premise of Councilman Rybark and Mayor Pro Tem Haynes' argument. I just think that your reasoning is flawed for wanting to be on the top floors. I understand it's attractive to us, but I just don't see the actual return to the taxpayer if we have an opportunity to do it this way.
Has there been thought given to, well, one, let me go back to the subject prior. I appreciate and I'm glad you have done some, put some feelers out there, but counting on those people being the people who actually lease it, like you said, casting a water net and having in other words, basing their needs as signed, sealed, delivered, tenants. Correct. And pegging them for floors. We're a little ahead of ourselves, I would think. But my question, are we thinking, a different set of questions, like the cafe or the gym, is there thoughts about privatizing that? Or
We've discussed that. The cafeteria, and that's kind of a misnomer, it does not have, when you think of a cafeteria, you think of a dining area as well as a place to get your food. What they have is a coffee shop there. It's very limited in its space, its equipment, as well as it has a non-existent, very minimal amount of grease trap. So it would take substantial upfit to that space to make it a fully functional cafeteria. We have discussed reaching out to maybe a dining establishment that doesn't require a grease trap, maybe like a deli or prepared, even having a user in there that has prepared foods similar to what was in Thermo before COVID hit and they closed up.
Just again, it's something we don't do. I mean,
right. We again, understanding what our capacity is, but more importantly, understanding what our capacity isn't, would be involved in that RFP and letting professionals.
The gym, kind of the same mode of thought, or
we've
would
talked
that go
about
into Parks and Rec? I mean, what's the thought there?
There are maintenance contracts for the gym equipment, and we need to have discussions with Ms. Beatty about the prospects of maybe offering classes or overseeing the management of that facility. We've not had those discussions yet.
So that could go either way at this point.
It could, yes, sir.
The patio, walk me through that's a new question from your comments, but you're saying just so a concert's going on, the general public can go up there?
No.
I mean, that's kind of what it sounded like.
No, but my point in that was if the 11th floor is leased out, we have had discussions with Thermo and other prospective tenants about that space as an amenity, tenants. So, rolling that into the gym as well as the cafeteria area as basically the full service component of leasing space in that building. There is.
You mean, in other words, they could just kind of sign up for it or use it?
Correct.
It's just like
you would for a conference room at the conference space downstairs on the first floor. We would have a management system in place where you could
made it
reserve.
sound much more general public, and I was just having a hard time
Right.
envisioning how we manage that. And okay, I think I'm out of gas for now. Thanks.
Yeah. There's a space there that's large enough for us to hold this meeting.
Yes,
in.
sir.
What floor is that on?
That's on the first floor. That's that conference space. And it breaks out into 8 different rooms. Our plan for it to be obviously council chambers, but also functional space would be to put the dais at 2 of those end spaces and then have the walls be able to come across, leave this permanently or semi-permanent in place, and have the other 6 rooms available conventions or city use or tenant use in the building.
Okay. All right.
One thing I do want to point out that I don't know that I've provided to you in the update is under off the survey. Our plan at this point, we've worked with legal, is to go ahead and subdivide the surface lot, which that bottom picture there shows you the aerial, what's listed as track 3. Once we close on the 13th, a couple days later, once everything's resolved and filed at the Register of Deeds office, we're going to file a map to subdivide track 3 off from the tower track. And so we can start actively marketing it as a separate and unique track from the tower track.
Could that possibly be, I know that'd be a minor subdivision, just taking it from 1 to 2?
Correct.
But could you go ahead and have it platted out like into 3 lots?
We could. I don't know. We've had discussions with Brian Chambers and Linda Painter in planning, and this would be a minor staff review only of this subdivision. I'd have to check with them on what that process would involve of future subdivisions beyond that.
I would envision someone maybe taking off something, what is that, 4 acres? 3.5?
About 3.5, I think.
I think it would be a whole lot more likely to have 1 or 2 buyers, or
Sure.
2 or 3 versus 1. Okay, thank you. But if that were the case, they could still they could break out what they're looking at. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
What would be ballpark price for that section? Like, we think what's the ballpark market price right now?
Of those tracks?
No, the one track that he's talking about now. That section 1.
I've, again, not way outside my area, but it's several $1 million in probably the range of $8, maybe $10 million. When you're talking 3.5 acres of land downtown.
Okay.
I personally would like to see us, if we're going to prioritize the order in which we sell them, to sell track 1 first. To me, track 3 would be the last thing we would sell if we needed to financially, because you don't know in the future what, that's right there next to us, whereas track 1 is sort of on its own.
Correct.
So I wouldn't want that to be, the first jump we make.
I went to Amy Beatty way back, and I said, because we all knew we were getting a lot of heat, justly, about handicap accessibility to the pavilion. And, we had it, but it was light years away. And I saw that in my office where they had finally decided to break out the properties instead of selling it as one. And I called Amy, I said, could we use that? And she said, sure. So I don't disagree that would be the likely one to sell off first, but it certainly, I want to make sure that when the dust settles, we're not back in the same position that we're in. And I know that the Kettler Group is going to provide some parking and it's going to be better access, but it is a real issue with handicapped people to get dumped off there, and then they have to go park somewhere else. And I just thought that one provided some accessibility to the pavilion that we don't already have.
Sure.
I guess I thought the whole plan was to try to sell off as it was, as demand came along, whether it's 3 of the 5 or whether it's by Greenfield, once we were out of it, that was to help recoup, help make this deal sweeter. Has that not been y'all's plan?
Yes, sir. Our plan is once we vacate the buildings that have been surplus contingent upon the purchase, that those would be actively available to the market.
I guess I thought the red and the yellow were in the same basket, but I didn't know there was.
Yeah,
I
they
didn't know
are.
There was like a pecking order.
My point in showing you this slide was where the subdivision is going to be, because right now, on your map, tracks 2 and 3 are one parcel. We have
Right.
We have to physically separate.
I understand what you're doing. Okay, thank you.
It wasn't my opinion that all of track 1 go to that handicap parking use, but a sliver along the eastern, where they have access down into, I guess that's Nut Street, down in there, and then that would still, I mean, you don't need, but I wouldn't even know that you'd need an acre for all handicap parking. And the rest of it could be sold off, and believe me, it is a hot product. People are calling left and right, wanting what the city's gonna do with that, so it would be easy sell.
I'll discuss that with Ms. Beatty and Mr. Dunbar, as well as the city manager as well. Come back with something.
Are we getting any traction on the current buildings that we own, like 305 and those other buildings? I know that's way down the line, but.
There have been some phone calls related to some of our properties, very superficial at this point. A lot of those came from interest in Thermo Fisher's property, but we just didn't meet their niche that they had in terms of space or price point. Then we said, well, if Thermo doesn't suit your needs, we're going to be vacating these buildings or this floor of this building at 414. That may be an opportunity. So it's been interesting how the conversation about space and Thermo has rolled into conversations about surplus property that we're currently occupying.
Thank you.
On the track 3 and track 1, I would envision, just like Dr. Eshelman did when he built the building, that we would have some architectural, at least approval of something that is going to be built.
Yes, sir. The Riverfront Development Agreement that is currently in place, once we buy this property, we will be the primary property holder under that agreement, and we will have architectural review over what gets built over those tracks.
Okay. And then the other thing, when we were in the building, the generator that's in the basement is a pretty significant generator. I think you can keep the power on, or there's enough generating capacity there for it to keep the building operational for what, a week? Possibly, or 3-4 days? What's
I think it's a week, and it depends on how the power generated is segregated, if it's throughout 12 floors or if it's certain floors, which is what I was mentioning earlier. But yeah, the term that, or the comment that the Thermo folks made to us about is it'll keep the building operational and comfortable and safe.
Because, and you know better than anybody, being what happened up in Pender and Onslow, when the power goes off,
Right.
you get the mold issues.
Right.
And so this building will have that capability to keep that power on, or at least keep the air on in the aftermath of a natural disaster. So that's the one question. Then the second question is, I know that we have fire and police here, and I know they have operational command centers, not only the Emergency Operations Center, but also sometimes at their different headquarters. Is there an idea or a thought process in this particular building of being able to combine those two in the event of a natural disaster where we have our own operational center working in conjunction with the Emergency Operations Center?
Yes, sir. We've had conversations with Chief Williams as well as Dave Cowell about those two centers possibly relocating to this building.
To that particular building? Okay. All right.
It's a diesel generator. So to answer the mayor's question, that as long as the generator is not malfunctioning and you can get diesel to it, it'll run.
And we would have a truck pulled
Sure,
up
we
there,
would
so
stage that and
we would have the fuel there. Okay.
The water, I just remember when I was on CFPUA, which was a while ago, 10 years or so, they still haul water out of there daily or weekly?
Yes, sir. The water comes out and it's groundwater.
Right.
It fluctuates somewhat. Around 11,000 gallons a day is pumped out of the groundwater and discharged into CFPUA. It is monitored, but it is, my understanding is below the thresholds for pretreatment.
So is it trucked out?
No, sir. It's dumped directly into the sewer system for CFPUA. Goes to the lift station, I think, at Cowan Street, and is pumped.
Right. Okay.
question for me. Were there any surprises after you opened up this, like, can of worms? Was there anything that you?
Once we have the condition assessment report, our plan is April 18th to discuss the findings with you of that report. There are some items on that we need to get your feedback on and make you aware of. I will say that Terracon and their project management team was very complimentary of the building and its condition for being 16, 18 years old, that it's been well maintained with good records reflecting that maintenance. And they were overall very impressed with the building.
Okay. Thank you. Good
Yes, sir.
report.
Good work.
Thank you.
Thank you for the assessment. Appreciate it. Thank you. That is.
Mr. Mayor, we have a need for a brief closed session with council, and Kevin Spears is going to have to leave in about 10 minutes or so. So if we could expedite this as quickly as possible, that would be
Well,
appreciated.
I was going to ask you, are we better off going downstairs to do it in the city manager's conference room? Because I know it's going to take some time to set this thing up.
We certainly can.
Well, let's do that, so let's get down to it, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to, is there a motion to enter into a closed session pursuant to the provisions of North Carolina General Statute 6, Section 143-318.11A and 1 and A3 in order for the city council to, 1, prevent the disclosure of information that is privileged, confidential, or not considered a public records pursuant to North Carolina General Statute 132-1.4, and 2, consult with and provide instruction to the city attorney regarding potential legal claims. And I will also note that the closed session will be held in the city manager's conference room. Everyone is asked to leave and to go down there, and at the end of the closed session, the council will reopen its public session and adjourn at that time from that location.
I so move.
We have a motion made by Councilman Marnett, second by Councilman Reinbark. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? We are now going in closed session.